exploring it. I'm hoping that's what we're counting on them to do.
Yeah, this is really a start for us in trying to tie all of those different policies and plans together. As Ashley said, we want it to be a living document. It's not that we have to be constrained by what's in this plan right now. If there will be things that emerge and new opportunities. So we want to make sure that there's room to do that and identify if it's a really high impact thing that we ought to be doing. That we empower the organization to do that.
But Michael's next slide shows that all these departments actually wrote their own cap. So we didn't write it for them. They wrote it, so hopefully
Better, yeah.
they have quite a bit of buy-in into what's in there, and they've all been able to see the document that's in front of you today and said they like it, and they've tweaked it, and they've added stuff, and really made it feasible and actionable, and also kind of a stretch goal. Nothing in there is do exactly as we're doing right now. So what you see today is edited and nicely put together by the climate team, but really is created by your departments who are going to do this work.
And I might just add in, a lot of these departments, while we didn't have a cap for 5 years, are still operating off of the direction you all gave, right? So this cap is really bringing that direction and the departments to be taking those climate action steps. It's bringing it in together to be more interwoven.
Thanks. Yes, so it really was driven by staff, and we essentially just facilitated different conversations based on these kind of buckets of where our emissions are coming from, having different kind of sector-focused conversations. Again, looking at our internal operations, but also our community-facing ways that we influence, like buildings, transportation, and waste emissions. And through that, the main purpose of these meetings was to generate ideas, but also to get staff together in kind of cross-disciplinary conversations where a particular action isn't necessarily just one department. It could transfer over into a lot of different departments, and we can learn from one another as well. So that was a big benefit of this. So we generated a long list of ideas, and we worked with those different groups to prioritize them. But some of the other themes that we heard from those conversations were that we should be looking at all of our county operations through a climate lens, like using it as a way to think about, can we enhance climate or create some climate benefit through an existing project, or could we slightly tweak the work that we do to provide a greater climate benefit? We also want to build on successes and accelerate our current work, as well as align and standardize our policies and processes with our climate goals, and then serve as a resource in regional climate work as well, using our kind of county level lens, exemplified by our greenhouse gas project that we just presented to you last week. We could potentially be doing more like that. Any questions at this point on? This was where I was going to naturally pause.
I'm wondering about the departments that were not included. Is there not an obvious climate nexus to their work, or? Yes,
pretty much looked at a whole list of departments around the county and tried to think about, did outreach to them to try and figure out where they might fit into the climate action plan. So the ones that are included right now are the ones that have the most direct kind of influence over the plan, as described by those focus areas that we have, which I'll get into next.
And we did clump some departments. So we had like internal services, a lot of those all clumped together since they're one larger kind of agency. Because some of that, what we learned from our past climate action work is in the past, each department had their own list of what they needed to do. But so much of what each department does is linked to what another department does. So, for example, I'm going to come up with a bad example, so I'm not going to do that. It's really hard for us to just do one project successfully if all the departments aren't rowing together. And so not every project takes every single department, but many of them are going to need collaboration. So instead of meeting with each department, we did meet with sectors, and we had very good representation across the board. I don't think it excludes those that weren't actively involved. Our thought was get this to you all because this is ultimately your plan, and then look for ways to involve every employee regardless of what their department is doing or is tasked with, so that individuals can find action and find buy-in into the CAP as well. So we hope to kind of socialize this with our employees moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, providing additional opportunities for employees that weren't necessarily involved in the development of this to weigh in and try and make it as part of our kind of ethos at the county. That's my vision for it.
And then, this is a random question, but I'm wondering, like, do we deal with sort of the externalized climate impacts that we generate as a county? So, like, you know, our purchasing. Like, if we're flying a bunch of junk from China, not junk, stuff we need to use, pens and things from China. Does that show up anywhere? Or like we're investigating AI, like does that show up those impacts show up anywhere?
Yeah, so those are kind of like upstream emissions of the community. It's hard for us to do that at a community scale. You see that happening more in like businesses where their value chain is a bit more understandable. That is certainly something that is on the radar and is something that we know is a big impact, but it is really difficult to try and quantify that. But one of the ideas that we've had is to potentially develop like some sustainable purchasing guidelines, or try and start identifying ways that we could do purchasing in a better way. But yeah, those are difficult to quantify, especially if we're looking at a community. It's a bit easier maybe on an organizational level, but we have not done that before.
Okay, thank you. Greg?
So we know this is a really difficult goal. It's very likely we're not going to meet the reduction goals based on your projections here. It looks unlikely, and you actually say that in here. So I'm wondering, how do we measure success? Because incremental success is good. Making progress is good. How do we make sure that we celebrate the successes and keep motivating people? Because it's just looking at your chart there. There's some things we don't have an awful lot of control over yet, or maybe we won't. I want us to keep pushing, and I want to make sure that we know when we've actually had a success. So we have to define it. Maybe you've done that in this, but please describe that. I know it's part of our discussion points. I see it here. Yeah,
well, I think the goals that we've set for each section do provide sort of a success metric or guiding light, at least, for what success looks like. With this CAP, we really focused on sort of getting the ideas in here. A next step would be potentially trying to develop more metrics, and this is kind of a growing area of climate work too, is trying to quantify those benefits as well. So that's something that we can do on a more kind of project level. For example, with Vision 2050, they're hyper-focused on like building emissions and emissions from development. So we're going to get really specific data on what does success look like, maybe on a more specific kind of project level. So I think we'll be learning that as we go along.
I also think there will be some actions in the CAP that we can very easily link a certain amount of GHG emission reductions, or very clearly see how it moves the needle towards our goal. And there will be some that are frankly much squishier and are going to be very hard to track. I think the example that Kelly just brought up about upstream emissions, if we could have a great procurement policy in place we know that that's making a difference. Since we don't measure upstream emissions, nor would we really ever be able to, we might not know the impact, but just the effort of everybody working together and agreeing on certain standards for procurement across the county undoubtedly has incredible benefits, not just for our organization, but at some point for greenhouse gas emissions. And I think another point is that we try to not put actions in here that are actions for greenhouse gas emission, GHG reductions solely. The most successful actions are going to have additional benefits. They may also build resiliency in our community. They may engage a different population that we haven't engaged with before. They may provide transportation and mobility options to a part of our community that didn't have them before. So we're going for GHG reduction, but we really hope and design it so that there are always additional benefits to come along with it, because we know that not everyone is going to change the light bulb just because of climate change. They're going to change it for other reasons. So trying to incorporate that in our thinking is also a proven technique for trying to have some success with implementing a cap.
Great, thanks.
And in a few slides, I'll call out some of we are working on some really big innovative projects, as you know, that will have a big impact. So I'll talk a little bit about that in a couple minutes. So we had all of these conversations across the county. We had a lot of great ideas come out. We had a lot of great engagement and interest from staff. And we ultimately ended up organizing the climate action plan into these 6 buckets or emissions reduction focus areas. The top 3 are really focused kind of on internal operations, and the bottom 3 are more of our community facing. So these are the main scopes that we have at the county to influence our greenhouse gas emissions. I do want to point out that the airport is not a section in this, because they're working on their own emissions reduction plan that's going to be really specific to that department. We've been in touch with them throughout scoping of that project, and they will definitely be in support of their own, the Common Ground recommendations and the county climate action goals, but we weren't prepared to incorporate them at this point. So I'll just take us through a couple highlights from these different sections, recognizing that you had the full climate action plan there to read through. We start off with climate governance, which is a way to get at what Ashley was talking about earlier, of really trying to make this a living document and trying to make it something that we can look back to as a helping implementation, and also explaining how we want to do climate action work and how it kind of permeates the whole organization, from our decision making, budgeting, and other aspects. So the main sections in here are to integrate climate considerations into our systems and decision making, for example, budget and procurement. We want to ensure that the cap stays relevant. Our original cap was adopted in 2017, which is 8 years ago now. So we want to make sure that we are constantly coming back to this and evolving it as necessary. And then the last part, I think, is especially important, considering the federal policy around, not prioritizing climate anymore, and also going back to the presentation from last week about the main sectors of emissions and where we see growth occurring being more regional issues. We can take our county lens and look more regionally to sort of leverage partnerships and do other things to work on climate action. The rest of the CAP is organized, those sections, based on goals, strategies, and actions. So we came up with all these different ideas. We then sort of worked in reverse to organize them under strategies and then broader goals. But how to read this is we have a goal. In this case, it is an ambitious yet achievable goal. Strategy 1 to support that is a really great strategy that supports working toward the goal. And then the supporting action is really provides a basis for implementation, which is a specific action with a timeline and resource needs that is assigned to a department and with supporting departments as well that are going to facilitate implementing that. And we have 38 total actions like this in the CAP. Each section provides a bit more background information because really the county has such a huge footprint that trying to connect the dots and the various ways that we can influence climate throughout our operations was important to explain, I think. So we have a lot of opportunities to impact climate positively. We have over 500,000 square feet of assets. We have 254 miles of county roads. We have a lot of rooftop solar, and we have many departments that all play a role in this example being our county-owned buildings and infrastructure. And again, said we were going to touch on some of the really big projects that we have going, the electrification of HHS and the library and the microgrid being really cutting-edge projects that I just get to be a cheerleader for because GR and a lot of our other staff have just been leading these. But they exemplify those goals that we have in this section and are a way that we can show ambition and when we have them fully implemented, start tracking the impact of those things. Some other quick ideas that we're excited about are to evaluate and improve energy efficiency of all county-owned buildings, including our housing units. So we already started doing some energy assessments of our housing units. That's a great opportunity as owning and renting out different units to kind of practice what we preach and provide benefits for people in their homes. We're also collecting employee commuting data and are going to look for opportunities to reduce emissions. That also dovetails with the new workplace task force project, trying to connect maybe hybrid work to climate benefit, avoided emissions, for example. We also are going to look at doing an internal county facilities waste audit to find gaps and opportunities to improve waste diversion. We have a lot of compost recycling around, but recycling does require ongoing education, and so more of a focus is on that in this climate action plan. And then lastly, this is the first time that we're linking natural resource management with climate impacts. The Open Space and Trails Department has already worked with their board on creating an OST climate policy that helps understand open space and trails operations in terms of climate. And then, well, so that's kind of moving out of the CAP actions. Are there any questions at this point? At the end. Okay.
Well, I have a question about the open space and trails section.
Mike.
I have a question about the open space and trails section. I'm not on that page right now, but it says basically that the climate action involves supporting recreation, and I'm wondering why recreation is in our climate action plan. I have a feeling it's leading to 2 bridges, but I'm just wondering how our promotion of recreation has anything to do with our climate action plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the action that you're referencing, the point there was developed through talking about how trails and in particular open space and trails does generate like transportation and mobility kind of emissions, but also could provide an impact. So I think the term there of using recreation was not necessarily needing to be in there. The point of that action was to promote alternative mobility access. So that is, we probably added that. It was several months ago when we created that part of the plan, but we probably added that in there because we are trying to be additive on top of like a department's existing operations and try and explain it through more of climate benefit. But I agree with you that, you know, the way that it reads was that we are supporting recreation and then also as a side note, climate. So
Yeah.
we can definitely change that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And because I'm not sure that the proliferation of additional trails is necessarily helpful to combating climate change. So I'd appreciate it if you'd have a look at it.
Okay.
I'm gonna dig in a little.
Unless the trails are specifically to provide multi-mobility access.
That's what I'm wondering. I mean, I'm unclear if your request is to remove that strategy, sub-strategy altogether, or just reword it to focus on connectivity and mobility access.
Yeah, that, the second part, just to remove recreation. I don't think recreation as a goal is part of our climate action plan. In fact, recreation is one of our worst contributors to climate action problems here, so just saying.
Okay. Does that edit make sense
That is a
to you
fair
all?
point. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. As
Thank you so
staff,
much, guys.
We agreed, and it's a very small edit that
Yeah.
when we looked at it with that lens, we said, oh yeah, this doesn't really make sense, and we haven't looked at it for a couple months, so thank you.
Yeah, I might suggest removing expansion too. Expansion and recreation. Connectivity gets the point. perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. You want to keep going? Other questions? Or,
Almost
Okay.
done.
Can I just real quick?
yes, Patty.
Could you go back?
Mhm.
I just realized the natural resource management. One of the things I just recently learned is communities are now creating their own natural resource management plans. I don't think Pickens County has one. There's perfect examples we can link into. I know Garfield County has one. Might be a little different than ours, but I think that's something we should be looking at in the future is creating our own natural resource management plan. That's just kind of a heads up for future thoughts.
Thanks for that note. We will-
Could be a nice way to align open space and healthy rivers too, which are don't always interact when they overlap.
It's a good joint effort.
Yeah.
Thanks, Patty.
Thanks.
Okay. Keep going.
Okay, with this climate action plan, we also worked to try and address that goal number 2, which has not really been dug into too much up to this point, at least from sort of the central lens of the county. So again, that goal is to work with regional entities to adapt to the impacts of climate change. So there's an appendix that addresses this and starts trying to link climate mitigation, reducing greenhouse gases to adapting to climate change. So we started doing research in there, and we found that there really is a lot of great information already available that shows what are our projected like climate changes that are going to occur and what are the potential impacts to our environment, to our economy, to what are our social vulnerabilities as well. And this is well documented in the hazard mitigation plan, actually, that was adopted in 2023. We also found that these concepts are introduced into other departmental plans, and there are groups around the county that are working on different aspects of climate adaptation. It was kind of beyond the scope of what we could accomplish with the climate action plan under this timeline, but our next step is to produce a resilience progress report that tries to dive into and document all of the ways that we have incorporated resilience into the county and to try and see if there are gaps and opportunities there, or if there needs to be further coordination from the resiliency team, or if we're meeting those needs already as it is. All right, and finally, this is something that we don't need to or aren't intending to spend a lot of time on today. We think it probably necessitates another meeting, but revisiting our climate goal. So when we set this goal in 2021, we were kind of on par with the state of Colorado's long-term climate goal. But since then, we have found that both the state of Colorado as well as many of our peers have accelerated their long-term climate goals. So they're trying to get to reducing emissions by 100% well before 2050, which is in alignment with the Paris Agreement to try and limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So we worked with a nonprofit that we're a member of, and they did this calculation for us, and they found that for us to be in alignment with those global goals to limit warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius, we are supposed to reduce emissions by at least 65.3% by 2030 and 100% before 2050. So this is something that we wanted to raise. This is what the climate science tells us. Our goal that we have established is, slightly different from this long-term goal. So we wanted to raise this as an item for potentially further discussion if we should be accelerating the goal that we set and be more aspirational, but also in line with kind of best practice as it is in 2025.
And to be clear, if we want to hear if you're interested in scheduling a future work session to discuss this, not opening up this box with you here today, and given our time, but something to mull over. And if you want to discuss it, we're happy to come back and give you some information about why or why not and those sorts of things.
Yeah, and there's two separate questions in there. One is, do we want to update the 2050 goal? And then a separate question is, do we want to adopt an interim goal, whether that's the 2031 that we see here, or if we should develop another interim goal at a different timeline than that. And we would bring that back.
And if you,
Sorry.
yeah, sorry, if you are interested in bringing it back, we would work with Vision 2050 and some of the other goal-setting initiatives in the county to make sure that we're bringing it back at a time that works for all the different initiatives and you can get the different perspectives. Is that a good summary, Kara, of what's going on?
I have a question about that. Obviously, I think would be awesome if we could do that, and it's in part dependent on Holy Cross. I hope they really are 100% renewable by 2030. I know there's some trading going on and stuff now that sort of pads their numbers, in my opinion, but they're not actually generating 50% renewable energy, but they're trading for some of it. And so assuming they get to 100% by 2030, we would still have to convert most of our facilities and most of the new construction to electricity. Well, that is really expensive, we've learned. JR will talk about that shortly, I'm sure. And so I'm wondering, how can we afford to create more electricity dependence especially with the lack of grants that are forthcoming, and I don't know how we can find the money for this.
Did you want to comment, Kara?
Well, as we know, the how aggressive we are with climate goals and the affordability is coming into sharp focus right now, and so I would suggest, if the board was interested in looking at this incremental as staff is looking at that, is it something that we also, as Ashley said, kind of cross-pollinate with a comp plan and bring through the work group, because the Vision 2050 to be looking at what is that right nexus for our community to be thinking about affordability, climate, timeline, kind of knowing where the funding is shaking out these days.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be better after 2030. So maybe we keep our short-range goal for now and expand our long-range goal, but just considering what the next 3 years are like and so on.
Thanks, Francie. Jeffrey?
Yeah, I'm just interested, are there other mountain communities that have already sort of gotten in line with IPCC? In other words, are we sticking our necks out there and being more aggressive? We've been proceeding with the 50% and the 90%, has Summit or Eagle sort of said, okay, we need to be in line with IPCC?
So if we were to do this, that would be slightly more aggressive than Eagle County, I believe. I think they said 80% reduction from 2005 levels by 2050. But the city of Aspen has adopted these targets. Town of Snowmass Village has also adopted these targets. So I think it would be great to be in alignment and in solidarity with our municipalities here. I can't speak to, I'm not aware of Summit County or other mountain communities off the top of my head.
But if you'd like us to come back, we can obviously, we'll have all that sort of stuff in the AIS and work with the other initiatives like Kara said. So yeah, just wanted to kind of get a feel for if this was an interesting conversation for you all and then we could prepare for it, or if you're kind of saying, not right now, let's not take on too much.
I just want to ask clarification, then I'll go to Patty and Greg. So the 65.3% is kind of an odd goal. So you're saying Snowmass and Aspen have also adopted 65.3%?
So
or they have some other interim
yeah,
for their organizations?
the way it is kind of wonky how that number is generated, but the Paris Agreement goals are 50% reduction by 2030, 100% by 2050. Wealthier countries have to reduce by a greater amount by 2030 than like developing nations. So that was factored based on our population growth and sort of our level of GDP factors for the US, and I could provide more information about how that's actually calculated, but.
So, sorry, further clarification. So then, is that the community reduction goal as opposed to the organizational reduction goal? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and so something I didn't clarify was that our 2021 climate action goals, we think of those as applying to the community, but also the organization. We haven't set any specific organizational goals yet. We just use the 2021 as our guidepost for the organization as well. But some communities do decide to be more aggressive with their sort of government operations goals than what they set for the community.
I see. Okay, thank you. Patty and then Greg.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be a little realistic here. 2030 is like tomorrow. I mean, we're already, moving into, quarter of the way through 2025. So I think meeting goals would be great, but I think sometimes we need to be realistic about what we're trying to do and how we are really going to get there. And especially since we have neighboring counties that have a wind-driven factor that's going to impact whatever we do with our greenhouse gas emissions, and their different choices on use of natural resources. So I think, that's a tough one for us to be facing at this end of the valley. Not that we shouldn't try. I just think at the same time we need to be realistic in how we're going to get there. Like Francie said, the funding is going to come in lots of ways in the next 4.34 years as to what we can do to maintain the quality of life in our county.
Thanks, Patty. Greg.
I'd support aligning with the other, the way the state and the other communities are going, only because that's kind of what we've been working for several years now through CORE and the regional climate groups. It's like we're all trying to standardize what we're trying to do. And these are goals. Doesn't mean we're going to get there, but it's a great goal, right? We're aiming for the stars, and we ought to be. Where we land is still up in the air. We don't know, but we still have to keep aiming at that North Star. So if we all have a similar goal in mind, I think perhaps it might make things simpler. Then we have the entire mind hive involved in this, working on the same sort of goals, if that makes sense. So it seems like strength in numbers from being involved in trying to standardize with everyone, if I understand this properly. And since they are goals, it gives us an out, right? We're going to do our best, but we may not get there, but we're still going to go in that direction. So I would support having you come back and work with us on this. I think it makes sense to keep pursuing this.
You know, I think given the fact that we added in the methane emissions information, that sort of blew up the volume that we need to reduce. You know, I think it makes sense to adjust our target accordingly. I think I'd love further discussion and information about how we get there. Like, how does each of these, how much is each of these goals gonna reduce? You know, like, what's our, if we're like, okay, we want to convert our fleet by 2030, we can calculate and project how much that's going to cost. It's going to reduce, you know, it's going to get us 5% towards our goal. You know, like, what is that amount? Like, that's sort of how I think about problem solving here is, you know, if we had all the ability to do all this, like, what would it, like, how do we project it? What do it cost? What do we get from it? What's, you know, and then we can begin to evaluate where the value add is, I think. And I don't know if that's part of standard practice for how these things get implemented, but I think it would help the board think more strategically of, instead of $1 million boiler at the library, maybe $1 million fleet conversion is the better bang. You know, like, those I think would be kind of helpful next steps. Does that make sense?
Thanks. Kelly, can I just add to that?
Please, yeah.
And just say, I think that makes, of course it makes sense. Let's figure out where the best bang for the buck is. I keep thinking about expanding EV infrastructure, not only for county fleet, but for the community. You know, what could that possibly do for cutting greenhouse gases compared to the things Kelly's mentioned? So we could even expand that and say, you know, this is where we think the best bang for the buck is. And I think that's helpful.
Francie.
I have sort of a wonky question. So when we're talking about emissions from cars, so who gets the demerits for the commuters? Aspen, Pitkin County, Glenwood Springs, where it's being emitted, what's causing the commute? How is that separated out?
So that is based on the vehicle miles traveled analysis that feeds into vehicle emissions, which basically attributes, say a trip starts in Garfield County and ends in Pitkin County. Technically, Pitkin County would get 50% of those emissions.
It ends in Aspen. I mean, let's be real here.
Right.
Most of the commuters end in Aspen. So the travel miles in Aspen are 3 miles. And in Pitkin, they're like 20 miles. And in Garfield, maybe they're 10 miles. So it doesn't seem right that Pitkin carries the load of all of those emissions statistically. It doesn't matter in the long run, but just kind of a curious thought.
We get blamed for everything, Francie.
What?
We get blamed for everything. It's all our fault.
We do generate trips, though, by a lot of the jobs being here. So
You mean Pitkin County?
Yeah, or in Aspen.
That's what I'm talking about, Aspen compared to Pitkin County.
Kara, you want
Yes.
to jump in?
Yes.
Make a great T-shirt or bumper sticker.
Yeah, and also the emissions inventory, it does break down by municipality as well. So we did try and estimate the vehicle miles traveled and emissions for Aspen, for
Exactly, that's my
County,
point. There aren't
for
very many miles
Snowmass.
in Aspen.
Right.
Or Snowmass. And that's where most of the cars are going. Just saying.
It is an interesting question and is like a wonky thing of, you know, we only have so many ways to try and
I
estimate
understand.
trips that are
I'm
occurring.
not blaming you for not doing it.
No, but it's a great point.
Yeah.
But I think an interesting thing to remember about that is we conducted a greenhouse gas emissions inventory for the entire county. And then we showed that to you last week. There is also one for unincorporated Pitkin, which is technically our span of control. And then the city, Snowmass, and Basalt got their own one that shows their span of control. So there's layers, but I guess we were trying to, given that one of the goals to kind of move us forward is the regionalism, really giving you all the full picture of what is the full county makeup. And then I do think it's important to focus on what's our span of control. But at the end of the day, if city leaders don't do anything, the whole county's inventory doesn't really change.
For sure.
So.
Yeah, it was just a way of looking at it that is probably too difficult to deal with, but anyway.
Yeah, our heads have exploded many times during this process.
I'm gonna go to Kara and then
I'll
Jeffrey.
just say on that, there is additional transportation analysis that builds off of the VMT work for the greenhouse gas that is looking at what are those transportation impacts specific to unincorporated Pitkin County and the job sites through the comp plan process. So remember that question in a couple of months.
Okay.
Remember that Brush Creek is the second most traveled road
Yeah.
in the
Busiest
county.
county
so.
road,
Okay.
County road,
yeah. Busiest
county road.
I'm saying the Highway 82 is the first in Brush Creek. Okay, Jeffrey.
So I'd love if you do come back with the 65.3 and the 100% as per IPCC, I'd love to see fleshing out more of the cost conversation, specifically operations and maintenance. So I'm very, in terms of how do we prioritize, and it leads sort of to the next presentation of the day, how do we prioritize electrification of one building versus the other? One may have a 3-year payback because the operations and maintenance costs will be reduced over continuing to pump natural gas into the building. And I feel like that's missing in some of the decision making that we're faced with. So if we do look at the IPCC sort of more aggressive numbers, I'd also want to see, can we really prioritize one building's electrification versus the other? And how does that look over time?
Yes, Ashley.
And just quick
And
response.
it's not for today.
No, I love the way you're all thinking because this is the purpose of the cap. So prior to having a cap, we had to make decisions kind of as a one-off.
Yeah.
The boiler's failing, well, it makes sense to electrify. Our really high-arching goal of the cap is to be able to provide a context in which for you to make competing decisions. Because at some point, and that point is very quickly coming, there is not enough money to do all these things. There's not enough time. There's not enough resources. So we hope that you will see the cap as a usable document for decision making. And we hope that through the next year, we'll be able to put in more practices and policies so that you will be reminded of the cap when you do see these sort of trade-off projects come in front of you. So that's our hope. I'm glad you're already asking for it because we'd love for the cap to be that for you all because we recognize the decisions are getting harder and harder because there are competing needs for the small amount of money.
Okay, thank you. Do we have direction for them to bring this back for an informal one-read resolution on the 26th?
Will you show that final slide?
Yeah.
Yes.
You would get any award for knowing the most acronyms, just saying.
I know, he throws them around just to make us all go.
Does that work for everybody? It's on our agenda for the 26th. We keep it there and they'll bring it back.
You already have it.
Maybe I will be. I think I will be here.
Thank you.
All right, I hope that helps.
Thank you very
All
much.
right,
Thanks.
thank you.
That was fun.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right, sorry to rush you out of here. So, GR, welcome.
Super great
Come on
packet.
up. Sorry, we're starting a little late. We started our meeting a little late, and we're trying to steal a few minutes from everybody so we can get caught up.
So, Francie, I loved your suggestion. If we could just blame Redstone for Coal Basin, it would take a huge amount of carbon off of it.
Exactly. And I forgot to mention Eagle. Eagle is also part of the commute. I forgot about that.
Right, yeah. Let's
They
give
also-
them basalt.
Maybe 5 miles of Eagle. But unfortunately, Redstone is unincorporated Pitkin County.
I know, that's the problem. We should really make them autonomous.
Oh, we brought it up recently. It was not pretty. There was not one person in favor of it. And Tyler Mabius was there, and he talked about the expense of it and stuff. But
There we go.
All right, welcome. Thank you. We're going to talk about our remodel project update at the Health and Human Services Building. Well, look at that.
Nice rendering.
Thank you. I'm GR Fielding. I am the county's construction and asset director, and we wanted to give an update on Health and Human Services Building because there is so much going on out there in the next year that we figured it really warranted a board update. And there's a lot of moving pieces, some of which look like they're going to be moving forward here pretty expeditiously, some that have already happened, and other ones that are that we thought would be driving the conversation aren't happening quite yet. On our project team, we have Jody Grady, who's sitting behind me. She's the project manager on this. We've consulted a lot with Jordana, who's off today. I believe it's her birthday. And also Lindsay Maish, the Human Services Director. A bit of the context of some of the changes out of HHS is really COVID-driven. And as we've come out of that, how a lot of services are rendered have changed. Also, the staffing that we have in a lot of different county departments has changed pretty drastically over the last 5 years as well. And so with that, we had a number of offices that were being vacated in the HHS building that gave opportunity to give staff some office space and to move some of those community-facing services around in the building. We have things like Response that are out at that building. They're going to be moving down to their space in Basalt.
Oh. They're leaving entirely, going to Basalt?
And Lindsay can answer some of the more intricate questions. I just know that as far as some of the space reservations that we need for them, we do have things like community touchdown spaces in the building that some of them will be able to utilize in the future. Lindsay, did you have anything else to add to that? She's not online
That's why
at all?
I thought I'd step up.
Okay. I was anticipating Lindsay to be able to help answer some of those questions. So my apologies, Francie. My understanding is we don't have the need to have them programmed in this space right now. We are going to be able to accommodate all of public health on the first floor now instead of having them in several different suites. They will take over Suite 112. I apologize. I think I might have gotten one or two of the suite numbers wrong in my AIS, but it's actually 112, not 110. That's in the AIS. But when you walk into the HHS building, if you walk around to the hall on the right, that's that main suite that staff sits in now. So that'll be occupied by public health again, and then they'll also use what is now economic assistance as a touchdown space for a lot of their staff that primarily work remotely. There is currently a security guard that sits in kind of the hallway / lobby at HHS, and we have an opportunity to move them up to the desk up front. It faces right towards the door, and it seemed like a really good opportunity to have them actually be able to see out that door easily and see what's coming and going to the building. Behind that, we do have planned renovation to add a kitchen and break room, which doesn't exist for staff and people that use HHS now.
I thought there was a kitchen off that main meeting area.
So in, I think it's conference room 3, there might be a sink left, but there's not really
There
any
used
sort
to
of.
be a kitchen behind where you're going to put security now.
Yeah, in the green area there, on the top left, that is a kitchen. There's a stove, a fridge. And what we're planning on doing is ripping out the bathroom. There's a tiny little bathroom with a shower in there that is not really usable. Like, you can't really close the door when you get in there. So we were going to rip that out and then open up that green area right behind where Susan was and make that whole thing a kitchen break area for the entire building, rather than just that small little kitchen. There's no place for them to sit and relax and unwind, or you know, they can use it also as a little maybe meeting room. So that's what the intent was there. Right now, that big green square was a copier room, and it's just not needed for that purpose anymore.
A few other things need updating on the first floor as well, including there's 2 main conference rooms, and they do have the ability to be separated, but not well. And so that is in need of updating as well. So we're going to be looking to get a new door that basically can separate those two or open them up to be a larger meeting space. think that gets us through what we're looking at on the first floor. One of the big things on the first floor that started part of the conversation was the potential need for the detox services and the homeless services to not be co-located. That is not something that's on the table right now. What we're doing and proposing to do in the future in this space does not preclude that, but that conversation is ongoing, particularly around the homeless services.
Excuse me, can I just clarify?
please
So,
go ahead.
yeah, the ambition was to separate them entirely, different facilities or far enough away?
Yeah,
but
there
we're
was-
not going to do that now?
Not at this time. Ideally, there could be some separation of those services there's a rare occasion that there can be a operational issue with that. But right now, I think there's a bigger conversation being had over where some of that is housed.
So right now we're contracted with SHG consultants to look at homelessness services. So the space is still reserved, but how it actually gets programmed, we've put on hold until that assessment is completed, which is anticipated in June 2025, which is this year. So I think as that assessment is completed and we start to get better information, we'll be looking at how this space can better meet those needs. But it was determined moving forward with kind of the changes here outside of letting that assessment be completed was disconnecting those two pieces.
So we're going to imagine it's going to get changed again.
Could be.
Yeah.
If there's one constant, it's change, especially when we deal with this facility.
So we're already thinking about the next remodel.
Yes and no. I mean, it's one of those things that we're trying to make the best out of this space that we can and future-proof it as much as we can within reason, right? And one of the big things that Jody's been working on is actually getting the building wired. That's one of the biggest takeaways that I've had from this process is that the whole building's not wired for our networks. And so just being able to do that right now has made all of those spaces much more flexible.
You mean electric and Wi-Fi and
Like
internet and
Wi-Fi and
data?
network connections and all those sorts of things.
I had a question. It may more be for Kara, but you guys might know it. How many people are in that building at any given time? It's some days it's like walking in here. Some days you walk in this building and you wonder if anybody's here. And I've heard that same thing happens out there. People go in and there's no one there on the ground floor. So maybe they've already moved out, or
Well, I can tell you that, so the economic assistance, they had about 5 people in there every day. And now they will be merged upstairs with, and that we'll show you the second floor here in a second, but they're moving up with human services into one suite. And that was an office of 10 spaces. And that was where Mind Springs Health was. And when we looked at those numbers, they were only occupying, Mind Springs Health was only occupying maybe 1 or 2 to 3 spaces on a daily, weekly basis. And so they have been relocated into a smaller area, and we're reutilizing that bigger
Making more
area
room.
to merge that department and re-energize, because human services is there a lot also. And then they're right next to adult family services and community health, so kind of re-engaging that whole upper floor. And then the lower floor, public health will be taking over, as GR said, and environmental health. So they have, I think, environmental health has 4 people. So they're going to re-engage and be using the purple and lower green square where economic services is in those spaces. So, yeah, re-energizing and having places for people to be, and we really have an opportunity to look at. When you asked about response, so, Mind Springs Health will be using a community touchdown area. So they have it reserved 2 days a week, and there's 3 seats in there. So they'll take the 3 that they have plus these 3 2 days a week, so they can build out and have the services they need. We also have Alpine Legal Service, who's going to reserve it 1 day a week, which they're mostly in the courthouse now. And then we also have pretrial services that will be reserving that space 1 day or 2 days a month. Not every day, but then it also, because it's on a reservation schedule, it really allows for anyone to use it on the days that those are not reserved for those confidential conversations. I hope
So
that
I-
answered your question.
Yeah, it's just hard
so
to tell.
what I
who's there,
did
but-
do is I did flip to the second floor, because what Jody just walked through is most of the changes that'll be happening up there as well.
I'm curious, Kara, how much space does public health have in total in all the buildings? Because they're like they have space in
Yeah,
the
so
rec center and space here. Like
as part of
a bunch of people work from home. Like,
Right.
what's all the space?
So as part of this, when COVID hit, we set aside that space in Basalt for public health. One of the things, and going back to Greg's question, is there was a building committee, I can't remember what it was called, that basically looked at badges across all the users of that and trying to find a way of bringing basically public health all up into the HHS facility, with the idea that space in Basalt becomes more of like departments that want to reserve for like communal work days, so like HR uses it and stuff. So the idea with this is that public health gets consolidated up here and that we get to repurpose that public health space in Basalt.
And I can tell you there's 11 desks down in Basalt at River Park Center for Public Health, and with the first floor, Suite 112 and Suite 102, again, they're reserved for different things, Suite 102 is, but that's a total of 12 desks. So that kind of give you the numbers.
Okay, thanks.
11 spots for employees? How many employees does public health have?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I'd have to look.
13, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
So, yeah, where are they working? In Basalt or in HHS?
I think they're splitting their time, different ones, and so the idea is that they're going to have more of that desk space up in HHS.
So I think we should be looking at, you get one desk. You don't get one in Basalt and one up here.
Right.
Because it seems like a lot of space allocation for,
Yeah, that's what we're saying, is that space in Basalt has been envisioned for, for
More of a
departments.
mixed use
Yeah, kind
touchdown.
of departments to come together in a Mid-Valley for like once a month or
We
once
need to
a week
clarify
or
that.
something.
Yeah, and
for the
as
users.
as we make changes to this, it does free up other spaces. I don't think it is as drastic as, hey, you get this space, not that space. It's you get this space as your primary now, and then this is a co-working space or that. I think a lot of those sorts of things are being looked at both through the new and through the through other processes that we'll do, but the opportunity to actually consolidate some space that is pretty close to being able to accommodate all of staff is pretty appealing. So there's a few things that aren't changing too much in HHS. The community health space, that's upstairs. There's no changes planned to that. Human Services will occupy Suite 207, which is, at the top of the stairs there. The former public health touchdown space is going to be the touchdown space that Jody mentioned earlier for our community partners. So they still have space in there, but they're not there very often. And so having something that they can sign out and have a closed door meeting in was really appealing. And so that'll be afforded to them. And so as far as a lot of the office shifts, we're in the midst of making all of that happen now. A lot of the desks have already been installed and those sorts of things. Things like the renovations, what we're going to do is try to get some economies of scale with some of the actual built pieces of this and fold it into a CMGC contract that we also have our electrification at that building going on with. Since we'll have a general contractor involved, trying to organize several general contractors and all of their trades is just not something that usually goes very smoothly. So if we have pulled all of that together into one scope of work, And so we hope to be able to accomplish all of that, including the electrification this summer. The other piece of that is we are trying to move fairly quickly with a lot of these projects just because of the fact of things like tariffs that are coming up right now. Every time we talk to a vendor, that's something like, hey, can you order right now? And some cases for things like desks, we were in the position to do that. In other cases, we are not. And so for the electrification right now, we do have our RFP on the street to get that contractor on board right now. And so hopefully in April, we'll be able to figure out what we're ready to start ordering as far as equipment for that project this summer.
Question?
Costs.
And then, yep, and then Greg, Patty,
Yeah,
then
you can, are you gonna touch on the money? Where's it coming from and how much? And,
Sure.
but I don't know if you wanna answer Greg's first and get to,
I just had a specific one about 206, which is the food pantry. I understand the issue was that Lift Up was only there a couple days a week, so it was almost like it was a touchdown space, but that didn't work for the county, so they're out.
Right, and my understanding, it's either out or it will be out in the future for RFP for that space to
Right.
provide the food pantry.
So
I'm not sure, Greg.
I'm just wondering, programming wise, yeah, that's not your department, but it just seemed kind of bizarre to me. They thought they only needed to be there a couple days a week, but that's not what the requirement of the space is. So they're moving out, is how I understand it. And it just seems like, well, we've got these touchdown spaces, and a lot of other departments aren't even there every day. Is there some duality here, or that I don't understand?
I'll be honest, Greg, I'm still coming up to speed, so I don't think I can answer, but we can get that information.
it'd be great to look
I
into
know
it.
Lindsay's been thinking about it and working, Lindsay and Sam both, so
Great,
we'll get that information back to you.
great,
Well,
thanks.
and if
Two-
I may
So,
too.
sorry, I just, luckily, Chris Davis is listening, so thanks, Chris. 206 is out for RFP right now for those services, so.
And part of it is that Lift Up was only occupying a few hours a day, a couple of days a week. And I think, so the RFP that's on the street now is asking for more of a commitment. And Lift Up is not precluded from,
Well, they could come back and make a.
right. So we're not, they're not out, but we're asking for the community to give us a new proposal with more hours and better, and just more exposure for the community and those
Got it.
food insecurities.
I guess I would just ask that our own departments do the same thing, right? If we want, so we know they're there. We know there's a warm body in a chair. Thank you.
I'm curious as to why Public Health would be on the first floor and Health and Human Services would be on the second floor. 'Cause it seems like you'd have more walk-in traffic for Health and Human Services business.
I can answer that, sorry. So really, Economic Services has the most walk-ins, as does Community Health, as does Mind Springs Health. So we've really activated that floor. We do have the guard there now, and I watch them, directing people, and it's been really great, and they're busy. And so what has happened is there's only 5 desks down at the public health area, where bringing economic assistance up to 207 along with human services. There's a customer service window there where Susan is sitting. She's now in economic services. She's helping those folks get through the paperwork and the applications, those kinds of things. And then human services piece. I know that it doesn't look like there's that many desks here, but they've doubled up on a few of these rooms too, so that there are people, there's 2 desks in a couple of the rooms to really utilize the space. And for the people that are not working 4 or 5 days a week there, they have more of a touchdown desk within their suite. So I think that's just operationally how they were trying to work at.
Okay, thank you.
And then I just wanted to mention, Suite 204 used to be public health. They had 3 people in there. So that is being vacated, and that's going to be adult family services, a meeting room. Right now, they don't really have a place to put the kids' toys and, for when they're doing that kind of work. So that'll be more of a isolated area where they can meet, and then they also have that interaction for the services they need with the kids. Yeah, and then there's the meeting room downstairs. That they wanted to make a conference room or a break room, and the reason that we kind of suggested doing that remodel of getting rid of that copier room that has no windows, and it's just make it more of a comfortable, inviting, rather than using a very valuable meeting space, which could potentially be used as touchdown office space, whatever in the future, rather than locking it down to something that we wanted to kind of really just leave that open for future and meetings that anyone in the building can use.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
I
Jeffrey?
think Patty had a few.
The money.
Yes, a few questions. Sure. So during Q3 supplementals in 2024, the board had allocated $50,000 for professional services. We used a small piece of that. We use some of that for architectural drawings for things like the changes to the break room area and so that work is ongoing right now. Also, we needed to actually get dimensions on some of the as-built that we have because they weren't dimensioned. So we had to actually get the building scanned. The exterior scan is what gave us the very nice cover slide that we had. Then we have spent probably about $100,000 so far on things like updating the wiring and the compatibility with working in offices in that building so far. And then Jody can probably fill in on some of the other pieces, but I think all in for what we've talked about today, we're somewhere just below $200,000 out of the $450,000 that the board had allocated through the budget process this last fall.
So we think we can do this whole project to completion for $450,000?
So for all of the office changes and the desks and all of that, I think we're going to be well under that $450,000.
But we don't know what's going to happen with.
Well, and so I'm
Supplies.
going to caveat that though. So for this piece and the scope for Health and Human Services building, yeah, I'm pretty comfortable with that right now. There's a huge part of this that we don't know if the homeless services piece comes back and we have a major renovation. We'll still have money left over to take a look at that. It may take a budget supplemental. It may not. I don't know what that looks like yet, right? It depends on what happens with what our consultants, advise us and the board decides to do. The electrification piece with tariffs and things like that one has me nervous, I'll be honest. But again, I will know a lot more about that project in April once we have a contractor on board. We're doing construction manager, general contractor type of contract so that we can get them on board as soon as possible to help us execute as expeditiously as we can. And we can start ordering equipment up front before we get to the 100% design package. We can order equipment off of the 60% design. The county kind of played that role on the microgrid project, and we were able to order a lot of equipment on that, because they had 18-month lead times. We don't expect that here, but those are the things that out here have us a little bit nervous.
One last.
Go ahead.
What are we going to do in the interim when we're building? We move people around, or we have a plan for displacing services?
There's going to be some disturbance in the building. There are pieces of the work, especially with the electrification, that will necessitate people not be in their offices for a few days. We have to do things like bring in more efficient baseboard heaters because the baseboard heaters in there are very, very old. There's going to be pieces of work like that. That's one of the things that we'll lean on that construction manager for to help us phase all of those things so that we can minimize that as much as possible. As far as the office moves and things like that, I think Jody handles that really well and gets all of that stuff done. She got a lot of those moves done this last weekend. You know, we will have to work with people like RAFTA during the summer when we try to figure out how to get a new air handling unit on top of that building.
And a bus.
And get the bus through. Right, exactly. Like, we're going to have to figure out bus operations, and we'll have all of that coordinated through our construction manager. That'll be on that project.
I'm thinking about the people who need the services out there and may need them more in the next 6 months to a year, and how we're going to make sure that they're informed and have access to what they need.
Yeah,
That's
and that
critical.
kind of public facing, you know, hey, these services will be impacted. Those are the types of things that once we get these folks on board and we start understanding how we can phase them and do those sorts of things, those are the pieces of the project that come together.
Great.
That you know, they take a lot of time and a lot of thought, but that's what.
Okay, thank you.
All right, last
And I would
question.
say one of the bonuses of the furniture system stuff that we've standardized, right, is that those desks pull out very easy. There's not all that bulky furniture now. And it'll be really expedited to get those baseboard heats in. And now that we have these touchdown spaces, both in Basalt and here, you know, we can definitely accommodate and make sure that the public's still getting served.
Because a lot of people can't get down there, just
Right.
like the people couldn't get up
But
here.
the people that don't have clients could work down there.
Yeah,
and make-
yeah.
So I think that it's real compatible.
All right, I want to wrap up here. Jeffrey's been patiently waiting for a little while, and then I'll go to Greg.
Two dotting I questions.
Sure.
The sanitation issues.
Oh,
Two dotting I questions. One, the sanitation issues are cleared up, or is that, sorry, no pun,
Yeah.
but is that part of this?
no, not yet. As far as my understanding, and Brian sitting behind me might know a little bit more, but right now facilities has scheduled to do some sort of audit on that, whether it's TVing or what have you, to find out what size line that we have there. See if the line is either corrupted, blocked, partial blockage, similar to what just happened at either the library or the jail, which unfortunately we have a little too much recent history with this stuff.
I'm just wondering, my question was really budget related.
So-
Because
so-
your contingency is really low.
So with all that, Jeffrey, I think that's still a moving target. We don't know exactly what that existing infrastructure is. So until we know what that is, we probably can't really opine on what the future solution looks like. If we can get away with lining like we did at the jail, that would be really nice, right?
And then the other dotting, and Lindsay's got her hand up as well. And then the other dotting I is, it's not evident from your plans that this building's fully accessible. Are we presuming that you meet federal guidelines? I got a whole statement without
Nice
saying
job.
EA.
Nice job.
But I can't presume that your plans actually are fully accessible. And my concern always when someone presents us with two stories, that all of the program is available to everyone in the community.
So as this is an
I
existing,
say that because
Yes.
we had Jacobs do a parking lot, and Brian's sitting in the back going, I don't believe it's accessible, and I don't believe we meet guidelines.
got it.
It's important.
I honestly, we have not looked at any of the ADA accessibility as part of this project. I'm also not aware of any issues that we've had at that building. And that wasn't part of what, we were presumably looking at moving a bunch of staff offices and community partner offices around, and not that. We do have a elevator in that building.
And you have ramps, and you have handicap parking.
And we have ramps that go
Not
all the way
issues.
around the building. Whether, what the grades of those are and that type of thing, we didn't do analysis, was part of this project.
All right, guys, we really do need to wrap up and move on. Lindsay, do you want to jump in with just the last thought?
I was just hoping to be,
We can't hear you
hi.
that well. Hang on.
can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, no, I was just hoping to make myself a panelist and wanted to be here in case you had any.
Okay. I think JR and Jody did a good job leading us through what the plan is. Are there any further questions from the board on this?
Just a quick one for GR.
Yes, go ahead.
Is that an accurate depiction of the air handling and all the stuff on the roof?
Yeah, so the question was, is that an accurate depiction of the air handling unit on the roof? And it is, and the one that will replace that is very similar in size.
Okay, so it's already there.
Yes, there's one there,
Just
and the
didn't
one
notice it.
that's going there is gonna be a little bit different because there are different sizes now, but yeah,
Same profile.
pretty analogous.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks,
Okay,
Jody.
any further questions? I'm sure you'll keep us posted. Okay. All right, thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
are gonna move on and
Thank you,
discuss
Gia.
our Q1 budget supplementals. Hi, Connie.
There are a few people to promote to panelists. Jeff Kruger. Okay, and I think that's it. Okay, good afternoon, Board. We're here with the first quarter supplemental requests, and we have a few departments to present requests to you today. We are going to start with the Translator and Public Safety Radio Fund, and Jeff Kruger is online with us.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can. Nice to see you.
Well, great. Well, great. Yeah, hi, this is Jeff Kruger, Telecommunications Director for Pickens County. This is a pretty simple request. It's a supplemental request for a replacement for our network management system. Our network management system manages all of our microwave hops. We have 28 microwave hops total throughout the county, connecting all of our mountaintop telecommunications sites. It also manages all of our routers and switch infrastructure. It's very important to our system. It provides notices on outages, faults, errors, those kind of things. We recently learned that our network management system can no longer be upgraded. It was purchased back in 2016. We were originally hoping to get a couple more years of life out of it. We just learned that it couldn't be upgraded, and so we need to replace it. Otherwise, we would have put it in our 2025 budget request that was presented to you back in November. As a result of that, this is going to cost about $92K total, and we're splitting that because it's used by both the translator system as well as the public safety radio system. And yeah, that's about it. Any questions?
Any questions for Jeff?
Nope.
Replacing
I'll
obsolete
just make a comment.
technology, yes.
I think you're very careful with your funding, so I can't imagine that we wouldn't say yes to this. I don't think you've ever made a frivolous request.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and there is fund balance for this, by the way. So it is coming out of our translator public safety funds, out of our current fund balance.
Thank you, Jeff. Direction to proceed. Okay, I'm seeing
Thanks,
thumbs
Jeff.
up. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
You too.
Do we have either Lisa McDonald or Lisa Tasker?
They just walked in.
Oh,
Come on, ladies, you're up.
perfect timing.
We've been behind all day, so you're our chance to catch up.
All right, thank you. All right. Hi, everybody.
And we do all have the memo with the descriptions of your budget
Okay.
requests. So
Yes,
hopefully everyone's
okay.
familiar.
Okay, great, yeah.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program, and Lisa Tasker has been working on this Lincoln Creek project for, as you know, for quite a while. So I'm going to let her discuss this. I just wanted to point out the first phase will be presented to you on next Tuesday, the 18th, not on the 11th, as I put in the packet incorrectly. So I'm going to let her take it away.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, so yes, we have been working with LRE Water, and you guys have not heard from them yet. And like Lisa McDonald just said, I will be here next Tuesday with Kurt Dahl and 2 representatives from LRE Water to give you guys their first overview of their first scope of work, which was completed in December, which is probably a little tardy in coming to you, but everyone else has heard about it, so no, which is the good news is the Lincoln Creek Work Group just heard about that recently too, and also what's happened is, so originally, in the original one, we'll just kind of go over this briefly, we first decided in July of 2024 that the River Board unanimously approved funding for 51% of the first scope of work, which was almost $16,000. And wonderfully, the Independence Pass Foundation also contributed funding to that. They put 49% in of that $16,000. And they continue to be involved and are actually also pursuing another grant right now for the second phase. But what's happening right now is that the River Board approved during the 2025 budget discussions a line item of $150,000. We'll just quickly go over this. It's all written in here. Anyway, they approved $150,000, and then the LRE Work Group subcommittee that convened and scored the first proposals from the first RFP process that the Lincoln Creek Work Group engaged in. They also have convened for the second scope of work, and we originally met. We decided upon sort of a list of things that potentially could be in the scope of work. That was CPW, I'm trying to remember, U.S. Forest Service, Roaring Fork Conservancy, Independence Pass Foundation, Twin Lakes is involved. Yep. I think Aurora Water was in there a little bit, some of their shareholders, the Twin Lakes and Canal Company shareholders. So that scope of work was thoroughly vetted. Then we also ended up meeting with the contractor, with LRE Water, and going over that with them again and doing some final tweaks and just really minor adjustments. That was then given to the entire Lincoln Creek Work Group. The entire scope of work was presented to them on February 21st, and we did not hear much of any feedback from that, a little bit, and that was also incorporated. So basically what's happening now is we have a second scope of work, and it's not for $150,000, it's for $207,000. So what we did was we went to the Healthy Rivers Board at their last meeting, and they approved another $57,000 to add to this line item, so that we can go ahead and engage LRE Water and make an amendment to their original contract that we had with them, and continue to have them up and going while we are also still in the process of looking for grants. We're working with Sustainable Strategies DC, which is, obviously contracted through the county, which has been wonderful in looking for some grants. But what's happening is it looks to us like it's a great idea to keep these guys, keep their momentum going, LRE Water. And the best way to do that is to have their contract up and running fairly soon here. I'll tell you another reason why it's not done yet. The way to do that is for the Healthy Rivers program to be able to get into a contract with them, be liable for the $207,000 total, but hopefully with some great luck and some hard work, some of these grants may come through, with one of them being from the Basin Roundtable, which Kelly also forwarded to a lot of folks, that opportunity. And we haven't heard back from them, but we are going for $150,000 from them. But we still do not have any feedback on that. And we will also be coming to the board regarding that grant if we get into that position. We should hopefully hear in the next week. You know, sort of, you gave an initial one-page document to them because they have so many people applying. Then their subcommittee is supposedly reviewing it. I'm guessing this week because we haven't heard yet, and then, or maybe next week because the 24th is the Basin Roundtable meeting. So we will know a little bit more about that. But in the meantime, we also have assisted the Independence Pass Foundation in applying for a Healthy Rivers Fund grant, which is connected to the Colorado Watershed Assembly and also CWCB. And when you check on your state taxes, if you want to put money for the Healthy Rivers Fund, that's that fund. So they have gone after $20,000 to put toward the LRE water contract. And we have not heard back from them.
Right.
But we're hoping to fairly soon. And when we do hear back from them, we are then going to be in a position with your blessing to go into a second phase of work with LRE Water. Because we did not want to have our contract signed and be in a position of giving them money because this original grant from the Healthy Rivers Fund, the state fund, did not allow that. The Colorado Basin Roundtable grant does allow that. You can actually be under contract for 9 months, interestingly enough, and paying invoices. So we can still be waiting. That would be really great.
It's complicated.
So I hope you guys can follow a little bit. I hope I wasn't too confusing.
Yes, Greg.
Yep, go ahead.
I think we need to do this. If we get grants, that's great. So the question is, do we want to do this? My answer would be yes.
Great.
Yes, Greg.
I have a heads up.
Yes, Greg.
Just so you know, next week, there'll only be 3 commissioners here for both the joint meeting with Healthy Rivers and Stream and with your presentation.
Why?
Because Greg and Francie are both out.
I didn't know
Got
that.
me, yes.
You'll just watch the recordings. I know, you'll be so excited. Yeah.
Should we
Yes, we're having our
reschedule?
one and only big joint meeting with Healthy Rivers and Stream.
This is my premature yes also.
Okay.
So Francie can scuba dive, come up, watch it on video.
It's a
scuba dive.
travel day.
Oh, it's a
Otherwise,
travel
I would. I did last time I was down
I
there.
know you did.
Oh, my gosh.
I wonder if we should talk about maybe rescheduling?
It's up to, well,
It's up to, yeah, we
further
can talk
discussion.
later today because we're coming
I
back
have it
to you
on my
about the
list
agenda.
for further, but thought
Yeah.
you might want to know now.
Aw.
Okay, but our first reading on budget supplementals is tomorrow, so we can direct this just fine.
Oh, good.
Thanks, ladies. Any
Thank
other
you.
questions?
I don't think so.
Awesome.
All right, good luck with the grants. Let us know if you need letters of support.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, we got quite a few, actually, so that's wonderful. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Nobody mentioned beavers once.
I can't believe
I know, we gotta find a way to fund those guys. Next, there's a grant opportunity in the Human Services Fund, the Family Voice Grant, and Lindsay is online.
Hi, this is actually Kelly Kirkpatrick, and I've got Lindsay here as well. I manage Adult and Family Services. This budget supplemental request is just a grant that we applied for last year, and we received it. The purpose of this is to promote Latino family voice in the work of youth serving organizations around Pitkin County, to understand from that community what their barriers, needs are in regards to the services that are provided and the processes that are offered to families. This is a grant centered around equity, and given that the current situation, we did reach out to the state, and we learned that the state already has this money, so there's not much risk associated with this. And the money would be passed through to Aspen Family Connections.
Okay, questions? I think this is great.
Yep, I think it's great. We'll take all the money we can get when we get it.
All right, no questions here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly and Lindsay. Next, we have the Elk Lane Electrification Project. Andrew's here with us.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
Andrew Miller, Housing Program Analyst. So we came to you back in Q3 of 2024 with a supplemental request after one of our units had been vacated. We decided, since that boiler was failing, to go through an electrification project through this. The cost of that electrification has grown, and so we decided to split any additional supplemental requests and put the electrification project in its own supplemental request. Here, that growth in the budget includes the design of the heat pump solution, bids for service, updating the electrical panel, permitting, updating heat lines, code compliance upgrades, and then the actual conversion of the heat pump. So on the previous one, we'll see about a savings of approximately $70,000 from that Q3 supplemental. This supplemental is for $175,000. And then one of the things is that this will need to be capitalized and budgeted in the capital fund, but the BoCC could consider reimbursing that capital fund with some REMP dollars as well. And in there is what the projected fund balance for REMP at the end of 2025.
Thank you. Jeffrey?
That was exactly what I was going to ask. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. If we don't have any accounting here for the 70,000, why doesn't it show up as part of the original budget amount?
Because this is showing in the capital fund, and we don't have anything budgeted in the capital fund. The other renovation, which is really just more repair and maintenance, is in operations, so it's a different line item in a different fund, which is why it's not showing any budget there.
So are we saving 70 grand, or is it just?
We're saving about 70,000 in operations in the general fund.
Okay, so if we had showed the net change to fund balance in the general fund, it would be
a negative 70, right? Okay. But this is just focused on the change in the capital fund of appropriating the full funding needed for the electrification.
Okay. I don't know, I thought our capital fund would have more fund balance in it.
Well,
it seems like they're expensive things, and we only have 1.5 million in fund balance. So my recollection of our budget.
We subsidize, though, from the general fund, any excess savings from prior years in the general fund, we can move with a transfer into the capital fund.
Questions, Patty?
None of this comes out of any of our housing dollars anywhere.
No.
Okay.
I'm not sure I have enough information on whether to recommend refunding the REMP fund. What, does staff have a recommendation on that?
We definitely pulled in more than was budgeted. I don't have the exact numbers, so I know Connie probably has a
The
better
REMP
idea.
fund does have the capacity to fund this project. So that is an option if the board is inclined that way, and we can bring back additional information on the REMP fund if the board would like us to do that.
Okay, so we have two questions here. Do we want to pay for this project, and do we want info about the REMP fund?
I'd like to see if we can't keep our capital general fund, operating funds where they are, see if we can't use some REP monies. That could be a further discussion.
Okay, so maybe I don't know if you can do that for tomorrow or for second reading would be.
Okay,
Maybe
great.
there's an appropriate split.
Yeah.
All right, any further questions?
Good idea, Kelly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
I love
you.
that shirt.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Okay.
All right, next we have the airport, and airport staff are all on an airplane right at the moment, so Rich is online with us to give support for this supplemental
Who's that
request.
guy?
Hopefully they're not all on the same one.
Yeah. We should have had a designated survivor, right?
Yes,
Isn't that
we
what they do whenever they do that?
Definitely we should.
That's you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Greg. Rich Engelhardt, I guess my title's interim deputy county manager now, but anyways, yeah, they're on the flight. This is one that should be familiar to you all. It was presented back in September as part of a renovation project to that wall that's on the side of the AOC. What has since happened now, they have dug into this deeper and found out that the electrical service that you can see is attached there, and that's a portion of it. You got a big box on the side there as well. isn't as easily unhooked and then reattached to a new wall as they thought. So after they got into it, they found that it's highly complicated. It's not modularized. So they're going to have to pull it all apart. And when they decide to do that, they decide to move it completely away from this wall for any future expansions that may happen. So it's a really good move to make that in advance of what may happen in the future. But it has impacted the budget quite substantially. But they do have the money to cover it. So it was a $267,000 increase. The wall will still stay the same. All those components that the AAB agreed upon that passed on their recommendation to support this, that'll stay the same. They're just going to take the additional costs now and relocate all of those utilities. And those utilities runs the airfield as well. I think the lighting on the runway, I know all of the security cameras in the AOC for the terminal are in that side. So it's highly complicated and a big task. And so they want to do this whenever the airport is closed during that closure. So that's what created such a large expense to this.
So it's a tripling from the original wall budget.
Yeah, it's big. Plus they're gonna find another location. So you only have to dig trenches and really move it. Before they were just gonna kind of unbox it right there and work around it. But it did increase it a lot there.
Greg?
So Rich, are we fairly confident it won't have to be moved again when the new AOC is designed and built?
Yeah. I really think they're looking for a spot that will assure that, because we definitely don't want to do this again. And I think if they'd have put it on the wall, there was that risk again that they would have had to move this at some point in the future.
It also sounds like it's kind of a security issue too. Like these boxes ought to be pretty well off the beaten path.
Yeah, I mean, those are pretty exposed whenever you drive into that site.
Didn't we first fix this wall in like 2020?
I think we fixed it twice.
Yeah, what we did, Francis, we went back and put a kind of a drainage system into it to try to keep the water from going into it, but it is still failing. So they've got to go in and reconstruct it now. It was a temporary to get the water away from it.
Yeah, I think it might have been my first budget supplemental quite a while ago.
Good memory. Yeah.
Rich, is all the switching gear then going to be 2025? Is this an actual upgrade in all the physical equipment, or just a move of the existing aged equipment?
I believe it's just to move it as it stands right now. But I do know that they're working with the telecommunications side. If there's anything they need to do to upgrade, and also the utilities, they would do that at that time.
Thank you.
All right, things we love to spend money on.
Enterprise fund.
Any other questions on this? Yes, I love to see our large savings in the airport fund. Any other questions on this?
Thumbs up.
Direction? Okay.
Okay.
All right, best of luck. Third time around, I think, on this one. Thanks, Rich.
Nice to see you.
Hey, thank you all.
Next, there is a request for an AI pilot project. Kara will speak to this one.
Sure. Good afternoon. So the manager's office has been working with DOLA and a third party called Madison AI about piloting a large language model. I'm learning a whole lot of new acronyms here. About how to use this AI technology to help with some of our records management and administrative pieces. So one of the things I want to call out is with a lot of the work that Jeanette Jones has done by putting all of our documents into Laserfish going back to 18, I think some might be predating statehood in some regards. That is actually kind of the baseline for starting to use AI for research projects. You know, one of the things is mining claims and all the different pieces. So we are looking at doing this pilot program. Why we're interested in it is it's actually, it's only pulling public information, but it's a closed system. So it's not feeding your chat GPTs or anything. It's only feeding our own system. And piloting it for a year to be pulling basically records from 2010 to 2014 to look at how we might be using AI for some efficiencies, for transparency, for helping with staff capacity, all those pieces of it. We are in talks, and I'm very hopeful I have an actual letter soon, but I don't today, of this is something that we have been talking to DOLA about, splitting that implementation cost for that pilot cost of 50%. We don't have that award now, so we are similar to what Lisa Tosker was doing. We are budgeting that whole $31,000 for this year, and hopeful that we'll get that grant to refund 50% of the costs.
Yes, Greg. I mean, you pointed to her. I wasn't sure if you had a question.
I
you
do.
Have a question?
I have a question.
Go ahead, please.
This sounds like an interesting thing. It's not very expensive. I'm not worried about it, whether we get the grant or not. My concern is it appropriate to do it now, only because things are changing so rapidly? Could we adopt a new AI software or system only to find that it's outdated in 2 years?
I think they're all valuable questions. That part of the thing is, if we wait, AI is definitely one of those disruptive technologies that there's never going to be an easy time to enter into this, it seems like. And so, especially, right, I think we all have some fears about what AI can do. What's intriguing about this one is, how do we almost build an AI system, a closed system for our own organization, and how can that help staff in those pieces of it? And so that's kind of where we thought it could be outdated, and let's not commit more than a year, but let's give it a try and see how it could be used. Maybe after a year, and we'll give a report back to you, all of you. Maybe we find this is not the piece to use and it's already changed, but it's a great opportunity to look at all the work and the records that we've already collected, and can we capitalize on it now?
How much human time on staff time is this going to take?
So they are pulling most of the stuff from our Laserfish. So I know Jeanette spent some time just moving into a share drive folder. Otherwise, they actually built an initial pre-pilot for us, just based on, honestly, they pulled records and board meetings going back to 2020. So once we build the data file, it's pretty much ready to go, and we just start training on it. The one piece is, I think it's included in here, is we are looking at kind of that transcription cover of the video, and that will take some time, but we're anticipating it's really on the front end. I think 10 to 15 hours max of going through those videos, kind of making sure it's reading or attributing voices correctly to the right folks, and then it can do that automatically.
So it's not a huge time commitment.
No, it's mostly that upfront project launch and trialing it.
Thanks.
I have a suggested project for you to try.
Okay.
I've been trying to pitch to APSHA, looking at the deed restrict, like which land use approvals assign a category to deed restricted housing. Because it would be helpful to know which ones were very specific and which ones were very not. And, this would be way cheaper than hiring a consultant to research all that. So one suggestion.
Yeah. We have built in, I don't know if we're going to pull in, their recommendation is not pulling in land use now, but we have built in here the opportunity to do 1 or 2 case studies that's beyond the data field that we're building, to see exactly to that capability. Is this something that can really, quite frankly, replace, some consultant fees that we're using, and then the consultant fees that we're looking at might be less or at
it
higher
could be
level.
along the lines of like ordinances approving EDUs or affordable housing units or something like that. Just a
I'll add that to
suggestion.
that.
Other Questions for Kara, Patty?
I think we should pursue the DOLA grant. I think every penny we can keep in our general fund these days is critical. So even if they give us 50%, that's 50%.
All right, thumbs up. Jeffrey, go
I
ahead.
just would love an AI summary of our packet every day. Would be really nice if we could turn it. If you could selfishly.
This is something that might be able to be used to summarize that. I will share at this point right now, we are keeping it for staff and internal and not to the public. I think there'd be things that we could trial if it was wanted to go out to the public, but this first year is really focusing on internal.
Thank you.
All right.
Very brave.
I mean, I do wonder what our climate impact of this AI technology might be, and whether we should be charging ourselves climate, carbon fees to use it.
Let's do that at the same time.
Which may, I don't know. I'll
As
just throw
this
that
was-
in
yeah.
as a part of the research, or maybe a report out on the
Absolutely.
effects, their benefits.
As this was coming up and Michael was doing his climate action plan, I was like, this is a future. What is the impact of AI in our climate goals? So absolutely.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. Thanks, Kara. Keep moving. What else? We got a few more.
Next, we have Brian Pettit with us to talk about the parking lot management and monitoring, adding the budget for Buttermilk and Health and Human Services.
Great, thank you. Brian Pettit, the Public Works Director, and you are familiar with this contract. It's been in front of the board and will be in front of the board again tomorrow. But in order to catch up our budget with the plan for Buttermilk and Health and Human Services, we need to complete this supplemental request. So you can see the need there of $260,000 would be the full expenditure to have SP Plus take care of Buttermilk and Health and Human Services for a full year. On the back or the bottom of the supplemental, you will see we are planning to have that expenditure covered by revenue received at Buttermilk parking lot. I'm going to back up a little bit. I want to talk about seasonality of Buttermilk parking lot. Really, there's the summer season, which has hardly any impact to Buttermilk, and then there's winter season, where the majority of the people will be parking. The winter season is where we would make this type of revenue through a paid parking program. What I want to do now, in order to meet the need to have SP Plus deployed by April 7th, is go ahead and have SP Plus initiate the historic summer charge fee of $6 a day for up to 6 days. This is the same fee that we had established with the city of Aspen for 5 years, and it worked fairly well. The 6-day timeline was developed basically so people could do the 4-pass loop, park their car, and not worry about it being gone. But $6 a day was the fee back then, and we'd like to go ahead and initiate it now. I did talk to SP Plus about making sure that fee was coordinated with the airport's fee program that's going to be presented to the board, and they said it is. So I think we're good with that moving forward this summer, and we can adjust in the future if we need to. What this also allows us to do is to work with our stakeholders, including the Aspen Skiing Company. I know you all received a letter from them today through an email, to bring different alternatives to the board for a winter fee season for Buttermilk parking lot. So that's something we will bring to the board at a later date after we've worked with our stakeholders and determined what those options are. But I can tell you each of the options will be able to cover this expenditure, both for Buttermilk and for Health and Human Services.
Questions for Brian?
Brian, yeah,
Yes.
thanks. Yeah, I received a letter from SKICO, but I haven't actually read it yet because it came during this meeting. But it sounds like they have alternative ideas about how it could be handled with their interests. What's the anticipated actual revenue? Is the revenue just balancing the fee, or is it, do we have an estimate of how much revenue is expected?
Yeah, and it depends on what the fee is, what that parking fee is, to determine what that revenue is going to be. So I think that the board's going to have that authority to determine how much revenue is generated. But even at a small amount of money per day for buttermilk parking, you can cover this expenditure. Our hope is that we would generate enough revenue that we could produce more shuttles in and out of Brush Creek Park and Ride to deliver skiers and people to the airport, so that Brush Creek Park and Ride becomes the place where people park to access both the airport and Buttermilk.
Great, yeah.
But we don't have a time horizon for those goals. Well,
The fee structure will determine what those are, and I want to work with the ski company first and the homeowners association on either side to make sure that we're all in agreement on what those options are.
I just think that already I've seen there's some, when there was news of a paid parking out there, it's already causing some public concern, like, oh, here goes another, they're charging us for yet another thing. It used to be free and now we got to pay for it. So we'll probably get some pushback. I don't know how much, but if we can articulate what the money will be used for, shuttles, improving mobility, then I think that would help us sell it to the community.
Yeah. We'll be able to do that through the alternatives that are generated. We'll outline what that money can be used for. We're not trying to build a war chest of funding right now. We're trying to use that money to keep people off the roads so that we don't cause more traffic jam at Buttermilk.
Jeffrey.
Please include a way of getting to Highlands without having to use two buses.
Okay.
So I think the win for the community would be bring back Brush Creek service, so we don't have to go to 8th Street or the roundabout and transfer. So please articulate some community wins as well as losses.
So no transit transfer to get to Highlands.
That would be lovely.
Yeah, that's.
There's a lot of people. There's definitely people hanging at Brush Creek that are looking up at the monitors that don't work. Sorry, raft of criticism, and going, "Where's the Highland bus?" I'm like, "Doesn't exist. You've got to go halfway into town to then go to Highlands." So please work on that.
Thank you.
As part of this.
Appreciate that feedback.
So then I'm wondering, should the revenue increase be larger that we note here? Like, it seems like 260 is just covering the cost for the contracts. But if we're actually assuming and projecting, or if we've received in the past and have kind of a fair history of what that revenue should look like, do we need to include that here, or is that already?
I think once we determine what that fee rate would be with Buttermilk, we can determine what we'll be able to do. So there'll be an update to this financial plan. Right now, I just don't have that information to provide to the board.
Based on what we've collected in past years?
Well, based on an estimate on how many people are going to park at Buttermilk and pay for parking.
But haven't we been doing that?
Well, again, the summertime is much different
Yeah.
than the winter. So the summertime, we're not going to generate this kind of revenue.
Huh.
It's just not possible. We just don't have that level of demand there.
Interesting. Even over 6 months of use for 300 spots.
There's just not a lot of people that park at Buttermilk in the summertime. The vast majority of that parking is used during the ski season.
Right.
It's full nearly every day. It actually over capacity in most cases. I will add, and because I forgot to mention, as part of the summertime plan, we will reserve 30 to 40 spots next to the Rafta bus stop for free day parking for people to access transit or go to Sky Mountain Park and ride their bike. So there will be free day parking available, but if you want to leave your car for a longer period of time, you can pay for that parking. You don't want to jeopardize people accessing
Are you going to double charge me then if I'm charging and taking the bus? Or are those spaces considered part of the 40? There's currently a half dozen. The only chargers available in the Rafta network between Glenwood and Aspen, the only ones available are Buttermilk today.
Yeah.
Are those part of our 40?
So those are part of the 40.
Okay, thank you.
They are the ones closest to the Rafta bus stop.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Yeah,
Just a
Francie?
separate question. So the chargers at Public Works, are they open to the public yet?
Not yet. We need to, we'll bring that fee schedule to the board. It needs to be approved through a formal resolution. So as soon as we put that fee schedule together and we get the switch gear we need for the high-speed chargers at Public Works, we'll bring that schedule to the board for approval.
Thank you.
Yeah.
1,000 kilowatt?
I'm sorry?
Are they thousands?
I don't know exactly what the kilowatt is, but they are high-speed chargers. So.
I guess I'm just a little uncomfortable with, like, I almost wonder if we should just budget this and not consider any revenue right now, since we haven't adopted a fee schedule for it. You know, it just sort of like begs that question that we're already gonna approve some sort of fee schedule we haven't reviewed yet. Like, I just wonder if it would be cleaner just to pay for the contract and figure out the fees.
I could take that revenue budget piece out if the board prefers that.
I mean, does that make sense to the rest of you?
Yeah, no, I think it's fine just to budget it and gets paid back, it gets paid back.
Do you see the distinction?
You don't want to tie revenue to it
Well,
yet.
we haven't talked about the fee schedule yet,
Right.
and so we're assuming we're gonna approve a fee schedule that's gonna raise that amount of revenue, but maybe it'll raise more, or maybe it'll raise less, you know?
I don't know what the appropriate time would be, but I feel that the conversation with the ski company ought to be had before we decide one way or another, because they may have an alternative proposal that would change that somehow.
Okay, so is that okay then? We'll just pull it out of the revenue?
Yeah.
And, okay, thank you. All right, I know I wanna have a break before we go into our interviews for citizen boards.
We have
So let's have
one
one more.
more.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Brian. See you
Thanks, Brian.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay.
One more supplemental request, and this is for a position that was presented, well, let me back up and give a little history. In September 2022, Rich Engelhardt brought an infrastructure reorganization to the board where we added a construction engineer position, provided more resources for housing, and it was a multi-step reorganization proposal at that time in September of 2022. In the third step of that proposal, there was an additional procurement position, but we just never pulled the plug on that. We were waiting to see if it was actually needed. Then in the 2025 budget process, we did present a request for a new position, and that position was placed in a pending category, meaning we would work on more data, more information, and bring it back to the board. And we feel like now is the appropriate time to bring it back to the board and ask for that new position. We have Chris Davis on the line with us, our procurement manager, and I'll let him explain a little bit more about the position.
Hello, good afternoon. Hope you can hear me. Yeah, so as Connie was saying, from basically 2020, so I'll start with 2022 since that's where Connie was leading. Our annual totals have been between 22 and 24 RFPs per year. And this year in 2025, you can see in the AIS that we're already at 23 for the year, just at the beginning of March, and that's continuing to climb. So we're pretty stretched in terms of just normal day-to-day operations, but we're also receiving more proposals, more responses to those formal RFPs, and then offering debriefs, the coordination between vendors, coordination between departments, between third-party, whether it's engineers, owners reps, among all the various projects that we're doing. It's extremely time-consuming, and I think that not only the departments would benefit, procurement would benefit, but the public in general would benefit from us having an administrative role within the department to schedule the meetings, to reach back out to vendors, reach back out to the public, put together core responses, all of those things, and open to any questions that you may have. But it's just we've been a little underwater, as I think I can see Rich scratching his chin. I don't know if he wants to chip in anything on this, but it's definitely gotten busier, and for us to be able to continue not just being a box checked, as procurement often is, but actually being a value added part of the process. I think adding an administrative technician would be hugely beneficial.
Okay, thank you. Rich, did you want
Yeah,
to
and actually,
add?
go ahead. Yeah, I'm here to lend support to this. With the infrastructure team, we meet on a weekly basis and we talk about the impacts, and it's quite often it comes up about just kind of the bottleneck that happens with procurement. It's just not because they aren't doing their job, they're just so overwhelmed. And we ran into situations where we've gotten behind on leases. We've gotten behind on getting information back out in some of this, and they are just completely stressed. So I couldn't lend enough support to moving this forward. And it's not like we just thought about it. This has been in the works for quite a while. We just had held off, knowing there were other, higher pressing needs within the organization. But I think the time has really come for this. And it's not because of the airport now, but as you know, what's coming with the airport, this is going to help us better prepare for what's going to happen there as well. There may be some more procurement needs along those lines. We're talking about maybe contracting out some of those, but anyways, I just lend certainly my support and the infrastructure team backing behind this request.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Richard?
Rich.
Chris?
Will this person be working in-house or from home?
I don't know.
Probably a combination with 2 to 3 days a week in office and the remaining days remote.
Because we still haven't seen that proposal or that policy come forward on who's supposed.
Right now in the finance department, we don't have enough desks.
I've noticed that, but on Fridays, there's literally nobody in the building, so.
Yes.
We can work that out by rotating office space. But yeah, and I know we need this position, but it's just one more full-time position that we're getting up there in numbers and looking at possible recessions and possible, who knows what's going to happen today or tomorrow. So, but I know we've been talking about getting some more help for this, and Rich is right. With the airport coming online, we're going to have more RFPs, and we'll probably be hiring another person to help us with that. So it's just a tough one to continue to swallow, more employees.
Greg?
Yeah, thanks, Patty. Just wanted to, I've been thinking about the same thing, and if you hire a contractor, it's easier to let them go. If you have an FTE come on, maybe they're more cost effective because they're an employee of the organization at times, but they're much harder to let go, as Patty points out. If we find ourselves going into a recession or needing to tighten our belts, we can't keep bringing more people in. This seems really important. Are there any other ways to go about doing this short of hiring a full-timer? Is there any company that offers this sort of service, or does it always have to be in-house? I'm just naive about this.
For specific projects, it could be possible to outsource some of that. However, as a government, it's a little bit different than the private sector, where it is really a mechanism for transparency for the public to show that the tax dollars are being spent in the best possible way, and that we're not just awarding a contract to someone's cousin or something like that. And we want the utmost of transparency in this critical function. So that's part of why it's important to have it in-house.
Thank you. That was all I needed.
Well, I would add, Greg, that I think on a curve, usually whenever you contract out is whenever you're starting to peak up, and you can knock a few things off and then bring it back down. And I think with the airport, there's the opportunity for this person to help slide in, and who knows, may save us some money in the long run of what we have to add as that ramps up. But we know that's not going to drop for a number of years. So looking long term, I think this makes sense from a position standpoint rather than a short-term contract.
Thanks, Rich. Thank you.
Jeffrey?
So without any acronyms, given 25 totals or equal your historic, this seems like this seems like a need, not a want at this point in the cycle.
I believe it is, and that's why we're bringing it at this time, and that's why we held off. We kept looking and looking, but it's not just the number of RFPs, the request for proposals. It's all of the other work that's been building and building along the way.
How many of the current RFPs for 2025 are under $100,000?
Very few. I'd have to run the numbers and send those back to you, but there are very few that are just incrementally above the $50,000 threshold.
Okay. I appreciate that. I do think that it'd be helpful to have that number when we come to, I know first reading is tomorrow, so maybe for second reading. And, you know, I do think it merits a review of the policy. I mean, you know, given inflation from when I think this policy went into place, like in 2016 or something like that, you know, it probably makes sense to update that to better reflect just the natural cost increase of things as well.
Right.
So,
what you're asking is, would it make a difference to raise the threshold?
yeah.
Yeah, good thought.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it will, but it probably should nonetheless. Okay, I think you have direction. Okay, we will see this at first reading tomorrow. Sorry, folks, I did not catch us up at all, but I need a break to run to the restroom. Do we need 5 or 10 or 15
10.
minutes? 10? Okay. 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
They had me, there's coffee. There's
All right, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, March 11th. I'm going to invite our Healthy Rivers staff up, and we're going to chat about preparing for a joint meeting that is scheduled for March 18th. Lisa, and I met, so I know Lisa, and Rye met yesterday to brainstorm ideas, and then Lisa, and I met after that to sort of check in on some ideas for this meeting. I don't know how I missed it when I was reading future agendas, but it turns out 2 of our commissioners will not be here on that day. I was sort of checking in with Greg if there's any possibility for him to join for any portion of that. And so I don't know how much that will affect our decision to move forward on the items that we had brainstormed. But I'll turn it over to you to sort of, we can let everybody know what we talked about.
Great.
And then we'll see if it makes sense, if it's still viable or not.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Again, I'm Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program. Lisa Tasker is joining us along with Ryan Neely, our county attorney. We also met with our chair of the River Board on Friday and talked about a few agenda item topics in preparation for today's prep work. So a few of the things that have come up are the future of wild and scenic, right? Given the political climate that we're in right now, and maybe discuss our shared goals for the project, or well, not the project, but the designation. We also discussed talking about our grant process, what's working, what's not. Is it the same people applying all the time? Where do we sit, and where do we want to move forward with that? If there's opportunities to ramp that up, and yeah, stuff on the grant process. We also talked about doing a strategic goal planning, future projects that we want to work on, along with the alignment of the Roaring Fork Watershed Plan. We talked about doing a few minutes on Shoshone, permanency. That's happening right now. And we also have a big amount of time carved out that our outside counsel legal team was going to come and do some water primer and water law 101. So we had about an hour and a half scheduled for Jennifer and Molly to come up from Boulder. So I wonder, with a shorter, smaller board attending, like you just mentioned, Kelly, if that's something we should push out to maybe an April day, depending on your schedules. So, and I didn't know if the rest of the BoCC had some topics they wanted to talk about, but that's kind of what we sussed out a little bit between the two
And
chairs.
then sorry, I'll go to you, Patty, but before, there's also a request to do a noon executive session with Jennifer and Molly, who will be here in person, and our county attorney on Shoshone permanency, and we would bring in lunch for that. Mm-hmm. So it would be a 9:30 to 1 o'clock session on water.
Well, there's no breaks added in there.
There's no breaks added in there, but
So
we would try to sort that out.
Yeah, and but my I think it's a lot to put in there, but I think there's a lot of things we need to talk about.
Right.
And do we need to do exec then with the council from Boulder to talk about Shoshone, or to talk about anything else? Because I don't see an exec on here, but
There's nothing on there right now. The most
think we
pressing
might-
matter is a discussion with the BoCC about Shoshone permanency. And I'm hesitant to do that without a full board around to talk about it. Having Jennifer and Molly come up to educate all of us on water law issues and policy was something that I, again, think would be useful for the entire board to hear. So with that being the case, I'm not sure what the board wants to do, but I can inquire with Jennifer and Molly and see if they're available to do something like that in April instead of March. And I don't know if that would work for your board, but I think it would be useful for the Healthy Rivers program and the Healthy Rivers board to have a joint meeting with this board and have that hopefully 2 times this year. I think that would be helpful to them and helpful to the Healthy Rivers program. So I think it would be really useful to have the full board for those things, particularly with respect to a discussion on Shoshone permanency, that things are developing quickly with the river district on that front, and I don't want anybody to miss that. So,
Question just for Rye.
Yes.
How quickly? Is pushing this meeting to April a problem? Does that make things more difficult?
well,
I'm just thinking might be able to participate a little bit, but there's a good chance I won't. I don't know if I have a connection that works. I'm just thinking, I apologize for not being here,
No,
but
that's
I'd rather
fine.
be here for this.
the thinking was to have the river district come back during your second regular meeting in April, which I believe is April 23rd. That's not a hard and fast date, but I think that was the goal. If we could do that joint meeting before then, I think that would be useful, and we can probably accomplish that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we can just pluck this whole 4-hour morning to Tuesday, April 8th.
I
Right now,
can
it doesn't look very, is that what you were gonna suggest?
Yeah, I was
Okay.
looking at the same.
Which still keeps us sort of on track for conversations and,
Yeah, I think that could work. I'll check with Jennifer and Molly, and hopefully they're around. And if we just need to talk about Shoshone that day, we can do that too. So.
okay, and, okay.
I thought we were trying to get it done sooner. We can't do it the week before.
Well, the first looks a little busier with some things that have already been scheduled and say
I
do
think
not
Jennifer's
move.
gone too.
April 1st is packed, isn't it already?
I mean, our exact time has already been committed to performance reviews, and then the afternoon, the solid waste center says do not move.
Sorry about this, guys.
I would like
These
to
things happen,
see if we
yeah.
could just do a quick update, if there's anything to update, on the Basalt River Park.
Now?
No,
Or as part of this agenda.
Yeah.
Right now, are you prepared? No, that might be just a quickie if you have time, when we ever do have that joint meeting. As I know we've been trying to do the joint meeting for some time.
The joint meeting, and then just try to stay on schedule for the afternoon.
For the 18th?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just literally plucking
I said the 8th.
the morning.
So have
Yeah,
them
from,
not come.
from next Tuesday to the 8th, 9:30 to 1, which
Okay.
would include our lunch session over exec.
Okay, got it.
It'll be easier for me to be here, I think. It'll be easier for me to be here for the habitat and Western Mountain discussions
Okay.
On the 18th?
on the 18th. I think I can go
Well,
remotely.
we could talk about that. I just was
Yeah.
trying to grab Greg because those are big dollar requests that might require a fuller board. But we can talk more about that in future agendas.
Okay.
Okay, so does that sound, well, hopefully Molly and Jennifer will be available on the 8th, and then the agenda that Lisa has laid out, you know, in the more, I think what we were talking about is starting from 9:30 to 11 with that 1.5 hour kind of water 101 primer for our board and for the Healthy Rivers board. I know some of us have more expertise in water than others, so you may want to come late or need to dip out for that. But and then from 11 to 12, we would talk. We would divide up time between reviewing the wild and scenic stakeholder process, an update with Shoshone, sort of general terms with the water board. They would let us know about their grant process and strategic goals for the year, and we can add in the Basalt River Park update.
I think that would be real quick.
And that would
So-
be 11 to 12, and then we'll go into a 12 to 1 exec specifically on Shoshone with our water attorneys. Okay?
Yeah, that sounds
Okay.
great. Part of the water law educational component was to also invite some other county staff and other boards
Great.
to the extent they wanted to come. So I know
Excellent.
some of the open space staff were interested in that as well. So.
Excellent. Love it.
Cool.
Okay.
Sounds
All
good.
right,
Thank you all.
Thank you.
So sorry, ladies.
All right.
All right.
I'll send you a
Mr.
postcard.
Kinsley, sorry, we're gonna starting a few minutes late. We've been running behind, and nice to see you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Michael.
Good afternoon. How's the new guy doing, by the way?
I don't know. Jury's out. No, I'm just
He's a
kidding.
pain in the
Peter.
He chooses his words very wisely. That's for sure.
Even an acronym.
Peter, that was good.
Okay, well, welcome. Charlotte, please, this is, I think, our first Open Space and Trails interview. Can you please review for us where we're at with the status of the board and renewals and all that?
Sure. So there is one renewal on open space and trails right now, and that's Mr. Kensley. We have a new application, Mr. David Chase, and he is also scheduled for an interview today.
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you.
He is also scheduled for an interview today, Mr. Chase. We have several. I mean, this is the only one for open space and trails, but we're in the middle of all of these applications, so we'll go with open space and trails right now.
Okay, and this is for a 4-year term for District 4.
Correct.
Okay. Michael, welcome. Thank you. Generally, we invite you to talk about why you want to be on the board or stay on the board, and then we do kind of a round robin and see if there's questions.
Oh,
and thank you for all of your years of service so
got
far.
a 45-minute PowerPoint presentation.
We didn't schedule that much time, but go for it.
It is, I hadn't really prepared any remarks, so I'll just wing it here. It's a real pleasure to be on this board. Unlike being on a P&Z or something like that, that's, grim and awful, and or for that matter, being on this board right here, which I can tell you is a lot more painful than the OST board, which is really, it's a pleasure. We get to do the really interesting, fun stuff. I mean, it's often difficult and challenging, but Three Meadows, the Perry Ranch, wow, those were huge. There's also genuinely challenging questions. I think the biggest one coming up, which will come up over a long period of time, is a Crystal Trail. I think that it's really complicated. It has lots of different implications and repercussions, and I remember driving up there 53 years ago and looking across the river and thinking, boy, that'd be a great place for a trail. That's probably not a sufficient thought to go ahead and spend $60 to $100 million. Anyway, so that's a challenging one. The two bridges is challenging. Also complicated. I hope it has a commuter component. It doesn't so far appear to have a commuter component. I wish it did. I hope it does. The people on the board are terrific. I admire and respect every one of them. Every one of them. I mean, I've known Howie and Graham for more than 50 years. Amy's relative and Wayne are relatively new acquaintances just since I got on the board. Wayne's depth of knowledge for the backcountry and ranches is remarkable. We'll refer to some obscure place up the Frank Band. Oh yeah, he's been there a lot, and he can somebody talk to us about details. So he's a real terrific guy. And the staff, Gary, Dale, Paul, Jesse. They're the people who I would choose if I could. It's the kind of thing that if I was 30, I'd be applying for a job on that staff. Or whatever, age-wise. So it's great. I love it.
All right, thank you.
So ask me challenging and pointed questions, please.
Looks like I've had Francie do the first hand raise. Maybe we'll go around this way. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Michael, for your decades of service to Pitkin County in various capacities. You've been very influential. I really enjoyed what you wrote on your application. And I think you know that I have some concerns about open space and trails, focusing more on trails than open space. After 3 Meadows, it's probably not more on trails, but when I read about your commitment to biodiversity, I'm assuming that means that you appreciate open space for its own sake and not just for the access of Pitkin County residents
Absolutely.
onto it. So I appreciate that. I know
Regard
we've
access
been,
is a secondary consideration.
yeah, we've been aligned on this before, so I feel great about that.
Yeah.
And you know, if this works out, I'll look forward to working with you for another 4 years.
Okay, good. My concerns are similar.
I know we've definitely been aligned before.
And the one thing our board is sort of a little bit split on is trails. We have a couple people who are sort of like a lot of trails, and other people who look at trails, like myself, very cautiously. I know, for instance, when I first got on the board, before I got on the board, I know of a great place to put a trail on the Frying Pan. And I went and checked it out and looked at it and took Dale there one time, and now I've really withdrawn my enthusiasm for it. It may still be a good place to do something someday off in the distance.
Yeah.
It would be a great experience, but I don't know what else it'll do.
Yeah, one of the first meetings we were at together, I talked about the biking that came with the Prince Creek bike trails, you know, all of that stuff, which is mostly on BLM, but it was facilitated by Open Space and Trails by the access at the bottom, you know. And I remember saying to you that it has really affected the people who live in that area, I think, more than anybody had anticipated. And at that time, you wanted to hear more about that. You were interested in how that has happened. And it has evened out a little bit because of the enforcement of not parking along the road, and so that's helped. But anyway, I do, I trust your judgment when it comes to open space and trails.
I think it's clear that the valley, with what Aspen and Pitkin and Snowmass do, has a wealth of trails.
Yeah.
Remarkable. And even Carbondale's doing
Yeah.
some great stuff. The Red Mountain. And the wildlife is a different question. It remains vulnerable. They're way more vulnerable than we are.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
I would just love to get your take on what does it look like the next 10 years in our valley. Snowmass and Capital, what do you see? What are we, I don't want to answer the question for you, but I feel like what are we fighting right now?
Well, first of all of you will be arrested. That will be one of the things that happens.
That's clear.
Yeah, clearly a bunch of woke liberals here. So, no, seriously, I don't know.
Or you can even reflect on Snowmass Falls, just, something you learned out of Snowmass Falls, and that you could bring back to this board and say, hey, I didn't see that going in, but.
Good. 10 years ago, I was said, Snowmass Falls and the Forest Service, great, let's do it. But then I think, you got that falls. It's about a 10-minute drive from Snowmass Village, and every concierge in the village, just like North Star, will tell all of the people to go to that falls. So then, is it being wide open? If the feds own it, it's wide open.
Yeah.
Whether any of us like it, whether the feds like it or not, they don't have any enforcement. I'm not telling you guys anything. So I'm very cautious about how we haven't even begun looking at the management of the thing. But unlimited access to Snowmass Falls Ranch could be a big problem. If it continued to operate the way it has been for the last 50 years that I know of, I'd be real happy. That trail, that trail is my backyard. I'm on that trail a lot. And when I remember when the Perrys first moved it up, it used to be down on the valley floor, down and went through the beaver ponds. I thought, what are these guys doing? You know, they moved my trail. It's really better up there. Yeah, it's up on an old logging road, you know. I think the Perrys did a remarkable job. Marge's weed management, she was the weed queen. She was great. I mean, I think the Perrys did a great job, and the job they did is instructive for the county. And how that actually plays out, who knows? And I don't even know whether this current madness in Washington is going to affect the 10 mil that we were expecting from the feds. I don't know.
Don't we have it?
I beg pardon?
Don't we have it yet?
Oh, I
Have
don't
what?
think so. I don't think
The
so.
Land and Water
The
Conservation
GOCO?
Fund?
I don't think so. No,
that's
not
state
GOCO,
money,
it's
not
land
federal.
and
Oh,
water conservation.
oh,
Fund.
oh, oh.
Yeah, I don't think we have that yet. Maybe
No, I
maybe
was just
missed
there
it.
talking to him, we don't have it yet.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I was just there talking to him, we don't have Land and Water Conservation Fund money.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
No.
So, yeah, those are just thoughts on the Perry
I
Ranch.
appreciate.
It's this little crucial keyhole that's close to my heart. I've been walking through it for 55 years.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites too.
Yeah.
You have other questions?
Yeah, good. Thank you, Michael.
I'll ask my question, then we'll keep going around. I'm curious, what commuter aspect would you need to see on the Two Bridges proposal?
Well, I don't know. Is there anything, the open question for me is there anything that can be done about that project that would cause people to drive less, period? At this point, I don't see that. I hope there's some opportunity for that. But at this point, I don't see that as an opportunity.
What would you need to see?
I don't know. Yeah, some way in which the use of that trail would include people who would otherwise commute in their cars. That-
Like survey results or?
Oh, you mean what method would I need? Oh,
Yeah, like e-cycle commitment.
I don't know. I don't know how to best to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, survey's probably a good idea. I don't know. No.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for re-upping, Michael.
Yes, sir.
I think this is your first time to re-up, isn't it? So you've been here 4 years?
I can't recall anything back that far.
Excuse me, but terms are 5 years for this.
5 years. Oh, so this
That's
is
why
your,
it's like
you're
one a
just finishing
year.
your first term.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So
It
that
says number of terms
He's
soon.
actually
what she said.
second.
Oh,
Second term.
he's finishing his second term. Oh, wow, time flies. How do you see yourself on the board? What do you bring to that group of people?
You know, I've noticed many times that I've referred back to what was going on with the county 40 years ago. Like when we bought North Star and why we bought North Star. I was on the board then. That was Joe Edwards' project. He made that happen. Thanks to good old Jimmy Smith. So I think that's helpful, or it may be just a pain in the butt for them to continue to hear me tell old war stories. I don't know I'm not sure which that is. You know, I think I bring a really strong environmental ethic, biodiversity commitment, but you also get that from several other people on the board. I think I'm funnier than anybody else on the board. I sort of take your job on our board. Sort of the smart ass on the board.
I appreciate that you're a provocateur. I was going to try to figure out how to use that word because I think that you're provocative with ideas that may not be have been thought of.
Yeah, and part of what I bring to the Crystal Trail conversation is that kind of, yeah, it's awkward. Yeah.
You know, something came up, last question. You had this idea that trails aren't only for people, and that we could be building trails like wildlife connectivity, right? We could be enhancing trails and using trails funds for that. Is that, you know, if that's, have you ever had that conversation with the board?
Superficially, it's been referred to in passing. Gee, the question has been raised. It seems logical to me, but the particular language in the law may be different than that, and I haven't, just haven't got around to going back and looking at that. Seems to me like it's a trail, though it explicitly would be a not human trail. There's been a lot of work done on various passages, the general term for it, showing that if you put people on it, then the critters don't come. It's got to be critters only, and overpasses work better than underpasses, though underpasses are sometimes a good default, like the existing bridge on 82 over Snowmass Creek. It's a pretty good underpass there. It's a big wide space, and there's a couple of other box culverts along there, like going over to Aspen Village. But the critters don't like going in those little boxes very much. So that's what was the question again?
Well, I was just wondering about trails. Like, your definition of trails is expanded from what I'd always assumed it meant.
To me, it's a question. It's attractive to me. The idea is attractive to me. I genuinely don't know whether it's legitimate. In other words, it may be that the trails, in terms of it's that word's use in OST and OST law, if I can use that word, limits it to human and dogs. And I don't know whether that's the case or not. We haven't run the string out on that yet, obviously.
Okay, thanks.
It seems to me, moreover, that it's a genuine, the passages that are opportunities, sometimes they're overpasses over the 82, are a significant augmentation to the open space that exists, both federal and local. And it makes those and this is probably a better point than the trails point, which is kind of a stretch, is that it makes those more viable. It makes those open spaces more viable, yeah, period.
As habitat, yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, just clearing an area doesn't make for biodiversity. You got to do stuff to make it biodiverse. I mean, the history of rewilding, which is limited, Britain to some degree, and in the Northwest, boy, you don't just take the people off for a while and see what happens in the vegetation. What you do with that is you get a hell of a lot of weeds. So you got to do something. You got to manage it seriously, at least for a long time. And there's also instances in the Northwest where, in contrast to that, they've cleaned up areas, and the old vegetation that was there 50 years ago that nobody had seen since suddenly pops up magically, in my opinion. And that has happened in the Northwest in a couple of places. I don't know whether that's plausible here, for example. I'm going on and on. Stop it.
Thank you. That helped.
Good. Patty, I just want to thank you for your years of service, and you've answered questions thoroughly, so I don't think there's anything else for me to ask. What happens when you're at this end of the table?
Oh, I'm sorry?
That's what happens when you're at this end of the table. Everybody asks all the good questions, so I just get the good part of thanking you.
She gets leftovers.
Starvation corner.
Well, thank you, Michael. So we will,
Appreciate it a lot.
we have, the interview with Mr. Chase, and then generally we talk about our board appointments. And I think we have time slotted for that in
Is that our
April.
future
The 1st
agenda?
of April. The 1st of April. And we're gonna talk about all of our board appointments that we need to make, and so we'll let you know.
I'm sure that, as usual, you guys will make a remarkably wise decision.
I
As
thank
we
you.
always do.
All right, nice to
Thanks,
see
Michael.
you.
It comes with the title.
Michaela, can you go online and see if George Newman is there, please? All right.
And Rich is probably going to join us for this as well.
Didn't he
Since
retire?
this is kind of,
Hi, George.
Familiar face.
Hi. Everyone. I'm sorry, we've been running behind all day, and I just can't seem to get us caught up. So thanks for your patience.
I'll try to catch you up.
You're kind of a known commodity. So, Charlotte, would you like to remind us again what the status of the Airport Advisory Board is that George has applied for?
sure, this is a lengthy one. So we have 3 members of the current members of the Airport Advisory Board whose terms expire April 1st. And Barry Vaughn has resigned. So he is our alternate 1 position. And so Jackie and Meg have both reapplied, and I think you saw their renewal applications in this packet material. You all agreed earlier that they do not need an interview. Auden Schindler has also decided not to renew his term. So I kind of, on the board roster, it's kind of written out where Jackie is renewing, Meg is renewing, Auden is resigning, Andrew Jeremus is moving to a regular position, Barry Vaughn is resigning, and then we have the City of Aspen rep, which is still vacant. There's not been any appointment there. So Andrew's move to a regular leaves 2 alternate vacancies, and that's alternate number 1 will serve a 1-year term, and alternate number 2 will serve a 2-year term. So George has applied. We have 5 applications in total. So you'll be seeing some more interviews.
Great, thank you. Okay, Rich, did you want to chime in on anything before?
Yeah, the only thing I would add is the 2 alternates by the bylaws, at least 1 has to be within Pickens County. So just keep that in mind as you're going through there.
Okay,
Other
thank
than
you
that,
very much.
Good job. You
Okay,
bet.
thank you very much. All right, George, well, you may remember how this goes, but, you know, we invite you to tell us why you want to be on the board, and then we'll have board members ask you questions.
Great, thank you. Well, see, I'm not a pilot. I'm not an architect. But as you know, I've had a lot of experience and involvement with the airport over the last 16 years, starting from approving the runway extension program, the runway extension in 2009 for safety purposes, went on to the first renewal update of the ALP, and then on to this most recent ALP to approve that. And I see that with that ALP and with the successful county ballot initiative to be able to allow the BoC to move forward in terms of achieving those more than 50 goals of the Vision Committee, it's really an opportunity for me to re-engage with the airport, especially in this really what's going to be a very exciting period, I think. The opportunity to look towards a new terminal, to look towards an integrated mass transit system. And I think that also to help ensure with the other members that the 50-plus goals of those vision committees that were brought forward, that were able to help ensure that they get moved along. And out of those 50-plus goals, as you know, the first goal that was achieved was the establishment of the Airport Advisory Board. And the second goal, I think, that your board is currently working on is a noise study. So there's lots of things going on that I'm interested in. I believe that I can really aid and help the current board when it comes to looking at a new terminal, an integrated mass transit system from a point of understanding community values and community character. And I think that's going to be really important to help you decide which design to move forward with and what sort of system you want to use. I guess the other thing I would say is that, as most of you know, that I'm involved in currently setting up a new transportation coalition that's going to be taking a much more holistic view of the Upper Valley challenges, certainly with the airport opportunity, challenges with the lumberyard, challenges with Castle Creek Bridge. So I'll be able to provide, I think, I'll be sort of a good liaison between the Transportation Coalition as well as the Airport Advisory Board in terms of updating the board on what we're looking at as ideas and possibilities in terms of establishing the best integrated transportation system we can provide, not only for the airport, but for the entire Upper Valley. So those are pretty much the reasons why I'm excited about serving on the board and looking towards these opportunities as we move forward with the airport.
Great, thank you so much, George. All right, let's go around with questions. I can start from this side this time.
Okay, I'll jump in. Hi, George. How are you?
Good, good.
Good to see you. I just want you to know I ran into Dorothea Ferris down in Glenwood, and she was asking about you.
Oh, good.
And I said, and she goes, isn't he doing something with transportation? I'm like, yeah, he is. And she was like, oh, come on, George. So now you want to jump into the airport, too, which I think is great. And I really want to tell you how much I appreciated your input during the whole airport ballot question process. And do you have any thoughts as to how we can raise a heck of a lot of money to get the airport done?
How you'll need to raise a lot of money. I have to raise money to get the coalition going. Good job.
Yeah, it's gonna take some doing to get that moving forward.
Yeah, you know, the challenges that you have, we all have, obviously, is with this new administration, and I think the administration is eventually just going to sort of fall apart. Frankly, lawsuits will continue to delay. It sounds like that committed monies for grants that were committed previous are going to be going forward. So I think, you know, continuing to work with our congressional delegation to ensure that those commitments are able to follow through is probably the best way to approach that.
Yeah, thanks, George. It's good to see you.
All right, Greg.
Okay, thanks, George. Great to see you, George, and thank you. I'm really grateful that you signed up for the interview and to apply for the board. And I know you bring a lot of knowledge and experience to this, so I'm confident that you'd be a great board member. I wanted to ask, one, if you thought there would ever be a conflict with the Transportation Coalition. And then I also just wanted to ask specifically, how would you go about, you know, attacking the terminal design? The terminal design represents an opportunity for a lot of public input to build something that's really going to be an edifice that we're proud of. And I think it's going to require a lot of public. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on those two. But start with, you know, possible conflicts.
No, I see just the opposite. I see that it's a great opportunity for partnership, not only with the Airport Advisory Board, but with the county, with the city, the town of Snowmass Village. And I think that being able to provide current information, revisiting studies that have been done in the past, looking at the new changing conditions. I think that's all positive. I see that as an opportunity for the board to be having access to this information that they may not have, at least firsthand.
Great, thank you for that. And then regarding, addressing a terminal design, transit's going to be a big, complicated thing also, and I know that's going to be pretty interesting. How do you see a terminal design process moving forward?
Probably similar to, well, very simplistic to the when we did a design for the county's building, where you've got lots of different scenarios, looking at different markups. The terminal, I think, is going to be much more complicated. I think being able to look at what's happening around the world for airport terminals. There's been a lot of new renovations, not only in this country but elsewhere. Being able to, again, I think it comes down to what does the community want? What are the values that we share as a community? What sort of character and design do we want to have a reflection of our community, which is very unique. So I don't really have a specific answer. I think it's just going to take a lot of community participation, and I just look forward to seeing all the different venues and designs that may come forward that we can then hopefully, as a member of the AAB, be able to utilizing collaborative process and hopefully a consensus-based decision-making, come up with at least 1, 2, or 3 suggestions for you folks to consider.
Great, thanks.
All right, I'll go to this side of the table. I'll go to this side of the table. Go ahead. I'm trying to move us along here.
I guess, George, my question's really around the alphabet soup. We have EOTC. The question was the alphabet soup. We're not allowed to use acronyms at all today, but really the question was division. It seems like we've sort of over-brokered the transportation system between the EOTC, the AAB, and now a new transportation committee. And I guess it's a similar question to Patty's, which is really how do we avoid overlap and duplication, given it seems like we've got a few both quasi-governmental as well as citizen-led initiatives at the same time. So just interested in your feedback on that.
Yeah, of course, that's sort of a slightly separate issue from the Airport Advisory Board, although there is a linkage to that.
Multimodal within the AAB, I guess, was my
right.
Three
Exactly.
parties.
Again, I think that being able to have 25, 30 community members from a diverse background that will be able to revisit past studies, not create new studies. We're not going to be creating any new studies. We're going to be looking at past studies, what's currently being looked at, bringing in transportation experts, bringing in land planners to be able to provide some opportunities to partner with some of these other efforts. So I don't see that we're competing at all. I see that we're able to really take on a task that for the last 50 years, frankly, has not been able to be accomplished. And we did have some work done, of course, back in 2017 that you're aware of with the IMS, the mobility study. That kind of just got shelved. We're going to revisit that to bring everyone back up to speed. Most people in the community really are not aware of what was in that study, including a lot of the new elected officials. And then look at, again, changing conditions and how we can affect a multimodal system that's going to actually work. And we'll come up with some ideas, some recommendations, and some solutions. And we're hoping that each of the individual boards in ELTC will be able to understand them and be able to start to implement them.
Okay, thank you. Francie?
Yeah, thanks for applying, George. It's great to see you. And it would be interesting to have you on the AAB and continue talking about the airport. I really enjoyed serving on the coalition with you. And I don't have any questions for you, but thank you for standing up.
Great, thanks. I don't know, Jeff, if I really answered your question. I sort of wandered around a little bit, but.
Yeah, George, I was really trying to tease you a little bit with sort of having 3 to 4 bodies potentially trying to solve the same problem, and are we fracturing? So it was loosely related to AAB and multimodal, but also saying we've got EOTC already and now another transportation committee. So I was sort of prodding you a little bit to see, we have 3 different initiatives sort of with probably at the end of the day, arguably the same master goal.
All right. George, if I can, I just want to jump in, and we're gonna keep moving along here. But have you had the opportunity to attend any of the AAB meetings? And do you think that the right people are currently at the table, or are there any sort of obvious gaps that we should try to fill?
Yeah, no, I've reviewed who's currently on it and who's leaving. It looks like, again, as I started off my presentation, I'm not a pilot. I'm not an architect. I think you certainly have enough pilots. I don't know if you have an architect or not. I think you might. But I think what I could add, again, is supporting people like Meg and Jackie, having worked with Meg on the ballot initiative, to help move the process, keep the process moving forward in a collaborative manner.
All right, great. Well, I appreciate all your work on the airport so far, and we have some time scheduled in a couple of weeks to review all of our citizen board applications and make our decisions about appointments, and so stay tuned.
Stay tuned. And you guys, thank you. And you guys stay tuned. I'm looking forward to probably coming before you the next month or so to give you a little more update on the Transportation Coalition and Jeff, to really be able to drill down on your question as well as some of you others may have also.
All right.
Thanks, George.
Appreciate you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, George.
Say hi to Liz. All right, let's have John McBride come on up for, we'll talk about planning and zoning.
This where you'd like me?
Yeah, that sounds great.
All right.
And Charlotte, I know we've done a few of these, but it's always good to remind us where we're at with this renewal and application process, please.
Okay, so
status of the board.
This is the final interview for the P&Z vacancy that Jeffrey has left us, and so once we have this interview complete, we don't have any other applications, and we'll come before you on April 1st and discuss all of the interviews.
Okay, sounds good. And please, we invite you to tell us why you would like to be on this board, and then we'll do a little round robin of questions.
I have been a part of the Growth Advisory Committee, and I sit on the Snowmass Caucus, and I've enjoyed those collaborative efforts. I have kind of a deep-seated interest in rural preservation of this valley, living on a property and having that be a part of my life for my whole life. And very concerned with sort of just the quality and character of our valley. And I'm not afraid to share my opinion on that. I don't know if I'm qualified to be a P&Z member. I'm not quite sure what that entails. But
All
Suzanne, convince me to apply.
She's hard, she's,
Yes.
she's a tough one to say no to.
She is. She's persistent.
I know, she's,
Yeah.
she's so lovely. Okay, well, I'm sure she made it sound like the most fun and wonderful thing you could possibly do with your time. Right?
No, I'm not. I'm not that smart, but I'm not that stupid either.
All right, I'll go around this way. I'm Francie.
Well, hi, Jono. Welcome. We're super nice to see you.
Nice to see
I think
you.
P&Z is a perfect place for you. It requires lots and lots of homework, however. But I think your interests and your perspective would be really great to have on planning and zoning. You know, the planning and zoning mostly just sees if something adheres to, you can go on about this in a minute, but sees if it complies with the land use code. And I don't know how much opportunity you'll have to use discretion about whether to approve something or not. It'll be an interesting challenge for you to maybe have something that complies to the code, but you really don't like it. It'll be, I think it might be hard for you. This is the seat where you get to say, I don't like it, you know, but I think it'd be great for P&Z to have you on board, and I hope it works out.
Thanks,
Thank you for
Francie.
applying. Go ahead.
I want your reflections on your growth advisory.
Yeah.
You know, what would you bring forward? So you guys delivered a 60-page
Yeah.
report. And so you mentioned quality and character of the valley. What would you like to see brought forward fastest?
Ooh, of all the recommendations?
Yeah, you could
Ooh,
say
that's
two.
That's
It's
a good
okay.
question.
Yeah.
I think the home size is a great one for me. I think that's a big piece of community character and how we look at the future. And I'd love to see this county lead by example and not necessarily by the almighty dollar. I think that was kind of a big one to me. I think the TDR dilemma is very interesting. I think there's a lot of possibility. I really liked the part that we potentially could support long-term locals with the use of TDRs and preserving their property further. I thought that was a really interesting idea. I think the GMQS needs some tuning, to be polite.
Yeah.
For me, probably the greatest frustration was just the number of exemptions that are or have become allowed. I would say I'm a big fan of the sort of energy code and looking at the energy usage and basically holding people accountable to being a little more responsible. And I'm not sure everyone will do that on their own, so I think it's okay to have a nudge in that direction, and I think that's leadership. Those would be some of the ones that come to my mind. I know there's a lot of great pieces of that whole puzzle, and it was a lot. You know, it was over a year, so we covered a lot of different things. But I think in the end, a pretty diverse group with some very pro developers and some very anti kind of massive growth folks, and I think throughout that diversity we came to a pretty good middle ground. That's my take. I mean, never gonna make everybody happy, but I think it was a quite constructive process to get where we got with the different personalities and special interests.
Thank you for that feedback. Appreciate it.
All right, well, nice to see you. And I'm curious how maybe where we're not getting it right, or as a county and planning and zoning, and also what your experience has been like on the caucus.
I don't think I'd go as far as to say what we're doing right and wrong. I think there's always room to improve, and the process of how we can look further into the future in terms of where we want this to be, not maybe for us right now, but for our kids or their kids and future generations. So I think that's something that's always sort of you're consistently working towards. I think in terms of the caucus, it's been great. It's a pretty diverse group. But I would say for the majority of our caucus, it's quite like-minded. We have a few outliers that create some good controversy and conversation and debates. But I think for the most part, it's pretty constructive. And I think I feel great about where we're at with the master plan and possibly the overlay and all the things, the directions we're moving. Cool. And we have our challenges too, like with the monastery and that piece of the puzzle. But I enjoy being part of that and having a little tiny voice in the room of where you live.
Well, it sounds like you know a lot about what P&Z does already. Great.
Yeah, great. Thanks for coming in. Good to see you here.
Thank you.
I'm grateful because you have such a long history in the Valley, and I think that accounts for a lot. I'm concerned, or at least the questions I have, one is just time commitment. You used to be more of a freelancer. You're always traveling so much. You don't seem to travel so much anymore, which makes it easier for me to understand this application. But do you think you'll have time conflicts just with your other work to any great extent? And the other one is, do you think you might, for any reason, need to recuse yourself or disclose and recuse, or what we all have to do when there's ever anything with a hint of interest, whether it's financial or something? So
I would say no to that. I don't see any reason I would have to recuse myself. In terms of the time commitment, maybe you guys can fill me in on, am I going to be reading 60 hours a week to prepare for the meetings? I don't know.
On the light weeks.
I'm not a fast reader, so maybe it will take me 40 hours. But I'm in a place in my life where I'm quite local compared to where I've been for most of my life. I don't travel that often. I'm coaching small kids now. I'm not running the program at the club, and I coach the high school hockey team. And then
You coach the high school hockey team?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and then in the summer I'm on the ranch, kind of keeping busy there. But I think I'm creative enough that I can carve out the time that I would need to do the homework and be at the meetings. I don't know how often you meet. I don't actually know that much about it, so maybe you can fill me in on that piece.
Charlotte can.
Twice a month.
Mhm.
First and
third.
At Tuesdays.
5 o'clock.
Which is usually after this meeting
Mhm.
on the first and third Tuesdays. Starts at 5 o'clock.
And is it a 4-hour meeting, or can be?
Kind of depends, right, Suzanne?
Average length, Jeffrey?
So ideally, it would be 5 to 7, first and third Tuesday, ideally. And there's some issues, as you know, that have greater community interest. And I think part of the role of P&Z is really absorbing a lot of that community interest before it gets to the county commissioners. Whether that's a solar field, on a biosolids waste site, or Heroes / Pandora. So those meetings were longer.
Right.
But to give you some feedback too, the board consists of 7 members generally. So 4 is a quorum. And the furthest down valley represented right now is actually Woody Creek. So right about the tavern. So you would be our one rural representative, truly. And mostly everyone else is inside the urban growth boundary.
Oh, wow.
And you can
And
zoom
you meet
into-
here.
To know.
You
Thank
can
you.
zoom
Yeah,
into
no,
those
it's-
meetings
sorry,
too,
it-
right?
What's that?
Yeah,
They can
that's helpful.
zoom into those meetings?
Do
they have Zoom?
Virtual?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you get a name tag?
No, I don't have one today. I was got demoted.
I can be somebody.
I fell off. I'm not jumping over that table to get it. Nope. My name tag's on the floor.
Well, about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It's been down there for a long
Good
time.
thing I know who I am. I would have been really confused.
That's funny. I thought Lainey got it today. I thought she was messing around over there.
But
Okay.
the answer on your question though too is it's generally been hybrid since COVID. I think you'll find that if it's a big community event, you want to be in person. We can.
I get that.
We can.
I'm not really a virtual guy anyway, so.
it's shaking hands with an applicant or their representative or the community at the end of the day, and I don't think you do that on Zoom.
Just wanted to point out, so really, we don't really have ranchers then. If we've got everyone's within the urban growth boundary, I did not actually contemplate that until right now. So you'd be the rural rancher, ski coach,
Hockey coach,
hockey coach.
world traveler.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, thank
Thank
you.
you, guys.
So we're gonna, do you have any final questions that we can answer?
No?
Okay, well, we have some time carved out on April 1st to review all of our boards and applications, and we will make our decisions then, and we'll let you know.
Sounds good. Well, thank you, guys.
Thank you. Nice to see
Oh,
you.
Patty,
Oh, I'm sorry,
apologize,
Patty.
I stuffed the
I'm
other
sorry,
one up.
I'm sorry.
John,
I-
John, I didn't
you're
get to
all
ask
Oh,
you a question.
you go.
Patty's usually not so quiet. I'm sorry, Patty.
Do you really want to do this?
I think I do.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear.
I think I do.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you
All
guys.
right,
Thanks.
Sorry, Patty.
Tell the family we said hi. I was just teasing Billy.
He didn't even get
Alright.
nervous.
I was going to talk to him about time, so you beat me to it. So perfect.
All right, Mr. Chase, come on up, please. I'm sorry. We've been running around behind about 10 minutes all day, and here we are.
This is the esteemed David Chase.
I've been consistent. if
This is
nothing,
his
right?
second meeting here in a week. He met with us last week. But
Yes. Well, nice to see you. So we would love for you to tell us why you'd like to join the Open Space and Trails Board, and then we'll go around and ask some questions.
Well,
And nice to see you again.
well, nice to see you too. And I have had an abiding interest, a long time interest in the land, in open space. We were in the ranching business for almost 40 years in Arizona. Permittees on 2 national forests. Very acquainted with that kind of activity. I think you may know we live at McCabe Ranch, and McCabe Ranch is a working operation, and I'm very, very familiar with what goes on there. And one of the reasons we went there was to be able to involve ourselves in that activity without having to worry about closing gates and fixing fences and doing all the other things that my wife and I and our daughter did for so many years. I served on the Nature Conservancy of Arizona and New Mexico, the Santa Fe Conservation Trust. I have served for probably 10, 12 years now on the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus, chaired that group, served for 6 years for the Aspen Valley Land Trust and chaired that group as well. And I only cite these as being kind of background for wanting to continue my activity focused on particularly the Capitol Creek and Snowmass Creek and the district that this particular space is focused on. You know, we are very, very concerned, very hopeful, but very concerned about the monastery. Been working on the monastery for several years now. The monastery represents a kind of a very large hole in a donut of conserved properties that are in the Capitol Creek Valley. And I just really feel that there is an opportunity on the Open Space Board to make something really good happen in conserving the monastery property forever. You know, that doesn't mean that the entire property is likely to be totally conserved. We have to be realistic because finding people who are capable of acquiring the monastery and also have conservation objectives in mind may still want to have a home up there. You know, there will be changes, but we'd like to see the monastery's 3,720 acres preserved to the greatest extent possible, and that we have written into the master plan for the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus. It's part of the objectives that caucus has for that, for its area. So, I would love to serve on the Open Space Board. Anyway, enough said.
Well, thank you, sir. Nice to see you. Can't remember which direction we'll start with Patty this time.
It's really an honor and a privilege to, actually, I don't think we've ever met before.
Not sure either, but it's nice to
I'm
meet
sorry I missed a meeting last week. I was defending King County in Washington, D.C.
Good for you.
But, so, obviously the monastery, I live at this end of the valley. I was part of the North Star Management Plan. Do you have any input or familiarity with the North Star area and all of the neighborhood issues and the...
No, I know a little bit about the history of how it became, but not about the issues that relate up there.
It's an interesting process, so, and I'm sure we're reviewing the management plan now, updating, and with a lot of community input, mostly with the visitors up there, the use of the property. How do you feel about use of general open space and trails property in general, I should say?
How do I feel about?
The open space, the use of open space and trails property in general, the amount of visitors we have, the love it to death kind of mantra.
Well, that's loving it to death is a problem, and I think I have some real thoughts about that with respect to the open space and trails program, largely from a lot of experience with people wanting, there is so much recreation that's close by here. I mean, it's just very difficult. There needs to be a way to accommodate people's desire to be in the out of doors and to do recreation activities, but there needs to be some discipline for that too. They need to, they're a fence someplace here or there to try to make sure that people are encouraged to use the land wisely, but not trample it to death. I mean, we look at trail systems, and trail system was a topic of the one up at Redstone. Trail systems can be very, very effective for for getting people to and through places. But when they become opened for cycling, for motor uses and stuff like that, you can just trash something so quickly and it never recovers. Just doesn't recover. So.
Thank you.
Greg?
Great, yeah, thanks, good to see you here.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in.
Mike?
There's no one named Mike here. Like Patty, I've never really met you in person. If I have, I apologize, because it seems but your reputation precedes you as somebody who is a real champion for open space and wildlands, and I wanted to ask a little bit about your background, and I guess we could just ask, what skills in particular would you want to bring to this board?
Well, I think, as I said in my prefatory remarks, I've got a lot of experience with land trusts and with large conservation organizations, and I think I can bring that to the group. I also have a lot of experience with dealing with groups like the Snowmass Caucus and how that fits into some of the other things. And I am not a fist pounding on the table type person. I look to try to find consensus on lots of issues, but I am very focused on wanting to maintain a conservation ethic in the Capitol Creek and Snowmass Creek areas, and really throughout Pitkin County. You know, we just my wife and I have been we. I'll digress for just 1 second here, but we were camp counselors in 1961. We met at summer camps in Buena Vista. And I ended up bringing campers over Independence Pass before it was paved, and we would go up to Toklat and camp up in that area and stuff. I mean, we have had a long relationship with this area. You know, the community has exploded in terms of its development, but you can't take away, or at least I don't want to see us take away, the natural beauty of the country that is around here, that people can enjoy and enjoy in an intelligent way.
Great, thank you. Can I do follow up? You strike me as somebody with really great capabilities, and I know you'd be an incredible asset to the board, and you're already an asset. I'm going to share that I was on the ACES board years and years ago, and I think Sarah was on it at some point around the time I was on there. And the thing I had the most problem with, and it's probably the same problem I have on any board, is that it takes the entire board to get to a conclusion. And sometimes I find that, boy, I think I could get a lot more done not being on a board than being on a board. And I worry that I don't want to take any of your extracurricular abilities offline. So that's one of the concerns I have, is you may be more useful to us as an asset, but not having to reach consensus with the Open Space Board. I'll just throw that out as a provocative comment and see how you respond.
You know, let me respond to that. I have talked with Mike Kinsley about this. I mentioned to him that I'd been asked to consider this and throw my hat in the ring, and so I gave him a call and said, I'm going to do this. And I would certainly support Michael Kinsley's continuing involvement on the Open Space Board. He's a very good man. He's a very thoughtful guy, and he's been very heavily involved with the county for a long, long time. I have also told Dale and Gary that whether I'm on this board or I'm not on this board, I'm here to help them move forward with their activities. So, this is not something that is life is going to go on, but I'm going to continue to help as much as I can with both Aspen Valley Land Trust and the open space people and stuff, because this is such an incredible area and it needs some champions.
Right. Thank you. Excellent answer. I appreciate it. Yeah, it seemed a little awkward, but I just wanted to hear your thoughts on it, and that was very well stated.
I'm wondering what, if you're familiar with the Open Spaces proposal on the two bridges that connect Brush Creek and the Rio Grande, and what your thoughts are on it, if you have any.
I know about
it's a little
them,
contentious on that board and our board, and it's,
I know about them, and I'm not wholly informed. As a cyclist, having crossings makes sense to me, particularly for the infrastructure that is in place between the Rio Grande Trail and Brush Creek and all of these other spots, finding ways. I've been up on the Rio Grande Trail and have people stop and say, how the heck do I get over to the airport where my car is? I would be supportive, probably.
Thank you. Jeffrey.
So David, I guess I'm going to give a bit of a reflection first. So I worked with David for probably 7 years, some of that neighborhood, on the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus. David drafted the master plan, original master plan, and really did drive consensus over some competing concerns within the neighborhood. And so I think his leadership blurred the lines between subdivisions and ranchers, and when we were sitting in a firehouse, everyone felt like an equal voice at the table. So it's a pretty unique skill set. I don't know if you'd call yourself a diplomat, but maybe in hindsight, it was very diplomatic. David also crafted the proclamation that was basically the conservation of the monastery property, that if you haven't read it would bring tears probably today, because it really is a passion project that he brought forward, and I think we shared with Planning and Zoning a couple of years ago. So thank you. I think my questions and concerns would be similar to Greg's, like we want you to be the smoothest operator, given what's at stake in Snowmass and Capitol over the next couple of years. And I think you demonstrated that, next door at the Open Space and Trails and the BoCC meeting. So thank you for that. Yeah, I'm sure there's a question at the end.
Yeah, you've got me whether you've got me or not.
Agenda.
So it's,
if you don't have a question, I'll go to Francie.
Hi, David. Thank you so much for applying. I know my sister Cynthia has enjoyed her interactions with you. She talks highly of you. I guess I'm wondering how weird this must be for you to be applying and interviewing for a volunteer position when you've been sought for other boards, and now you have to fight for your right to be on a board. It's one of the unique things about Pitkin County that I guess makes it a really amazing place that so many people want to volunteer that we have to go through this process. I don't really have any questions for you. You've spoken quite eloquently about why you want to do this, and it was really nice listening to that. And I agree with you. I certainly hope we can do something up at the monastery.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My grandson graduated with your granddaughter.
Montana?
Sophia.
Oh, Sophia.
Sophia.
She's ranching full time now.
Yeah. They're good friends.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, thank you. We're thrilled you've applied, and we will talk on April 1st about all of our board appointments, and we'll let you know. Great, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Can I ask one final quick question?
Sure.
Only that I know that the field house at the McCabe Ranch is the original Camp Hale Field House.
Correct.
And I was hoping you could say something brief about that. And then
It's calving season.
the other thing is, I don't know if you know this, but my stepfather was a monk at the monastery, and he was sent out to build the main complex.
Really?
And he actually did the brickwork on the arches. And he was a monk for 25 years, for silent order for a good part of that. That's all. I didn't want to take it. I know we're at 5. Everyone wants to get out of here, but I'd love to talk to you about both those things sometime. Yeah. Take care.
Thank you all very much.
Thanks, David.
All right, folks. I have to be out of here by 5:20 at the very latest, and
How
I know
about
we're running
5?
over. Does anyone?
I have one,
Well, we have to. I mean, I'm just saying, can we go over in time for a few minutes?
oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So future.
I didn't think we ever had a time limit.
Well, I mean, it says adjourn at 5, so I'm
Keep going
trying
for
to
a while.
honor people, when I was on City P&Z, we had to vote to extend meetings.
Oh, really?
So, maybe that's just a old habit dies hard.
Well.
Anyhow, so future agendas. Can I just want to bring up something for tomorrow first, and then I'll turn over to you. So tomorrow, would folks be, since we have a pretty light agenda,
We do.
we do.
Pretty wide or white?
Light.
Light.
I think it will move quickly. And, quickly meaning I think we'll be done by 5. Is there any interest in adding the exec item that I forgot to notice us for today about housing acquisitions?
At the end of it?
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I can do that, but I'm not, I think you're being extremely optimistic, which I truly appreciate.
Well, I do think we've talked about most of these things multiple times, and the first readings are not incredibly controversial.
Are we continuing Bayou for a site visit?
I don't think so.
We're not
We're
doing site
continuing
visit?
Bayou to the 9th for the land use item.
Yeah.
Except we're doing their liquor license earlier, right?
They have outstanding issues on the property. That'll be a
Yeah, I know.
discussion for tomorrow.
Yes, as this is all presented. So I just wanted to check in with you on that. I told Rye I would. Would that be okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we
All
need to
right.
notice that, or can we just go
He
in?
said because we have a noticed meeting that we can add it at the end. And I can mention it at the top of the additions and deletions. Okay, Kara, I'll turn it over to you.
Just 2 quick things. Eagle County Ski Day is Friday. Is anyone going? John is out of town. I think Greg and Francie are both gone. So it's 10 a.m. at the Intercept lot, 10:30 at the base at Elk Camp, and 12:30 at Base Camp Bar and Grill for lunch.
I'm not able
Our
to go
usual
this
place?
year because we're
You're
going
not
to
going?
Denver.
Jeffrey, it's on you.
I'm not gone.
Can we move
Oh,
it
you're
to
not
Sam's?
going?
I'll go.
Okay.
Because I don't
Are
ski
you going?
anymore.
If we move it to Sam's, I'll go.
I don't ski.
Yeah.
So
So
lunch
you go
is
to
at
Sam's, but you'll be by yourself, because we're gonna be at the bottom. I have a doctor's appointment, but I will cancel it because no sense in having a luncheon with Jeffrey at one restaurant and everybody else at another. So I will try to reschedule my doctor's appointment in Eagle for another date. So I can be there to set it up for everybody for lunch. So what time is lunch scheduled?
lunch is at 12:30 at Base Camp.
Thank you. You'll have fun.
I'll
It's a
join
fun
you at
group.
base camp.
Is that at Two
I would
Creeks?
rather eat at Sam's.
No, Base Camp's Lower Mall.
I don't even know what that means anymore. So.
The bottom of Fanny Hill.
Thank you.
The bottom of Fanny Hill, right at the
Next to the
main
studio.
village.
Where all the buildings are.
Okay.
So it's
And-
just gonna be Jeffrey and I?
Yes.
Sounds like
I have to go to the front range.
Kara.
Can't go to Sam's.
I can't. I would go, but I'm going back to Wisconsin, so
Okay.
Who's gonna be there from staff?
no one.
Why are we doing this luncheon?
I mean, they come over anyway
I
and
know.
meet with their constituents. I think it's their
They get tired of it.
deal.
Who's paying? Because I don't have a credit card.
They usually pay.
Do they?
Yeah.
We paid one year. The John was there with his credit card. So,
Get it figured out.
I'm going with you because I want to see Rhea.
okay. So I won't be there alone trying to set up the restaurant. Do we know how many people from Eagle are coming? No.
And I think Basalt's going to be there as well.
Are they?
The town of Salt's going to be there?
They were all, usually they're invited.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Snowmass will be there.
Fun group.
It's great. It's a great day. I wish I
Got
could
some other
join.
constituents.
It actually is really
It
nice.
Cancel my
is CCI Day.
And that's what I was looking at. CCI's
I'm going to be
94.
on the phone.
Yeah,
'cause I'm
but those are
traveling.
my committees, so you can go ski.
Okay, cool. All right, thanks for lunch. See you guys later.
Okay, and then the only other is I shared with you, Sam Lander Casper is wondering if any of you might be able to join the ribbon cutting tomorrow.
No, it's Thursday.
Thursday.
I'm trying to go. I'm just figuring out childcare.
Okay.
I will not be going.
I can communicate with Sam.
Okay.
But,
At what time is it on Thursday? 4?
4 to 6 in Glenwood
Yeah, I
at Mortgage
have-
Commons.
Crystal River Cottas.
Okay.
All right, what's a FEC?
But
Fine.
please give my love to Barbara and tell her congratulations and everything.
About it later.
Those are the only 2 items I had.
Okay, I'm a little concerned about the 18th, because we have 2 expensive funding requests that have not always been straightforward coming to us.
Yeah.
For the Habitat modular plant and then the Good Deeds program. And so I'm wondering if we would need to reschedule those.
It says, do not move.
I know.
Which one is do not move?
Habitat.
The Habitat.
Habitat, the big one.
Well, they're both the same amount, I think.
I'd be more comfortable moving them, but I apologize, I won't be here. Or I'll try to be here for them, but no guarantee. I'm going to try to zoom in for this part.
We need to have a quorum, and we might not.
You're gonna have a quorum, aren't you?
Well, there is 3 of us. But it just seems like these are kind of things that you all want to talk about together.
What is the ask from Habitat, $1 million?
It is.
3?
It's $1 million.
Just $1 million?
Mm-hmm. And then the staff recommendation is that would come from the housing general fund that you all have set aside.
Which would, the Good Deeds?
No, the Habitat.
Oh, really?
If you chose to fund that. And then the Good Deeds is $1 million as well, and that would be through the property tax.
Well, if you don't
I'm
move
just
it,
looking at the 2 people who aren't going to be here because you've
I'd
had
like to be
in it
available. I'm
before.
not sure I will be. If you really feel compelled to do it, then go ahead and do it, and I'll try to check in. But if you can put it off, that'd be good too.
well, given the source of these funds, I would be okay with both of those asks if you want to take that forward tomorrow. But otherwise, if you want to wait, that's fine too.
No, we need to have the presentation because we don't really know what we're getting from one of those asks.
Well, from Gail?
Both.
Oh my God, I've had so many phone conversations with her. I feel comfortable with the amount I know, but in terms of what we're guaranteed. you
Yeah.
need-
And what I would say, if the board chose to move forward, I believe both would still function as a grant contribution. So it would be coming before a final decision. It would still be coming to the board in a regular meeting for a 2-read resolution, I believe. The same way we've done the grant. Sorry, what's that?
Well,
Supplemental.
Like the one we did
It
at
would-
the apartments?
No, it's like how we did the ARPA dollars. So you all would direct Ashley of how we wanted to spend the ARPA dollars, and those would come through as a grant agreement. And the
Didn't we
supplemental-
do a grant agreement with Habitat about the place at the mall?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, similar to that.
So I'm hearing keep it on the 18th.
and if they show up and we can't hear it, we won't be able to hear it.
Who's presenting? Just Ashley, or is Gail going to be here?
Gail will be here.
Be hard to move if Gail's planning on coming, I would say.
Well,
Well, do you want to check and see if Gail can move it?
I don't think that would be my job.
No, I mean,
Staff.
would you like to have them check is what I meant, to see if Gail can move it?
Well, you guys tell me.
Well, there's a good chance you won't have a full board.
On the,
Neither of them.
on the, what's the next, when would we move it to? Like the 25th?
She's out. Kelly's out, right?
I will be out then, but
We can, why don't we connect, I'll get Ashley to connect with both and see about if they're interested in moving it based on a limited board and limited discussion with the board.
Okay, that sounds good.
for both.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. And then we have working agreements on that day, which was intended for a full board as well.
Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
rough one when I saw that.
And so we'll have to move those.
It's very short, though.
It will be a short day.
Okay. Other future agenda items.
And just a clarification, so the next meeting of next work session for a full board would be April 1st?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to talk about the letter.
I'm just wrapping up future agendas before we move on. Is there any further future agenda items? Let me check my own notes here.
When I looked through them, I didn't see anything.
Okay. Oh, I just noticed that on the 26th, there's no land use items, and I thought Sam confirmed that with me when I asked her, but it just seems odd, so.
I asked Suzanne that same
Kelly,
question.
don't say anything.
I'm like, what can I miss on a train?
The world has come to a stop when there's no land use items in
We have no
Pitkin County.
development. We're done.
It's
wouldn't that
twofold. So I asked Suzanne, it's also that it's spring break for Down Valley School. So I think
right.
just naturally there were no land use items on
Okay,
there.
because staff is also taking.
Between
those
staff,
days.
planners, any
All
consultants.
right, well, that's,
I mean, right now, is spring break,
there you go,
No,
look at that.
March
You're
That
20th
week.
that week. So that's why there's not
Land use,
land use
lucky you.
items.
because
Okay.
they won't be here, because they'll be home taking care of their children, because they're in.
Or they're gonna be on
Or just
vacation.
any of the land use
Or they'll be in
applicants,
Mexico.
their planners or others. Just it
Oh.
naturally happened.
Thank you.
Okay. Well,
Okay, open discussion.
2 letters.
Well, there were 3 things that I thought we were gonna discuss, but I don't think we have time for all of them. This letter, which I can't find all of a sudden, about, I know, I have my own copy, about the firefighting support services. Oh, thank you.
yeah, that's a big
And
ask.
then I know Francie had wanted to bring up.
It's short, mine is short.
Something
Just,
about bears,
Mhm.
and then we all received a letter from Steve Child about Nicholson Creek.
I haven't read his letter.
Can we do that tomorrow during open discussion?
sure.
Sure, I'll have to remember to print it out.
Okay, so we'll do Nicholson Creek tomorrow, and then I'll.
Is that okay with everybody?
Sure, I was thinking, the Steve Child thing is a very easy decision for me.
But Patty hasn't read it,
You
so
haven't
she'd
read
like
it.
to.
Yeah, I know about it, and if everybody's read it, everybody's comfortable, I'm comfortable with it. I mean, Steve's worked hard.
Just
He
write a
does his
letter, yeah.
homework, and I think we should move it forward and
Okay.
see what we can do.
Thumbs up for me.
I'm okay with it.
I'm not
Boom.
there yet. Sorry. I just want to make sure it doesn't in any way impact access to Nicholson Creek Trailhead, because it is a contested public road, and it's the attorney's office is aware of it. It does require from me a nod from both Suzanne and Rye that there's no issues with access to the Snowmass Wilderness Trailhead, which is at the end of that road.
But it's nothing to do with renaming it.
I'm totally cool with renaming
afraid
it.
it might open a
I'm-
door to somebody to
I'm-
come in.
I am totally concerned about the
That's a
folks
good
that live
question for
there
Rye. Yeah.
and access to the Snowmass Wilderness
And
Trailhead.
how does the
Not
name,
yet.
I'm not connecting how the name change affects the access by
I just
virtue of
want,
the way it's
I want an
written
attorney
in.
to say it doesn't impact.
So you're not
access.
ready to make a decision, so
Okay.
we're not
I
gonna
will
talk about it.
forward the letter to Suzanne and Rye. I will say that they have requested a 30-day turnaround, because they said things like this we can do very quickly as long as you have a written letter from 3 different entities, one being the BoCC.
Okay.
So I do want to be responsive to Steve's request, so I'll send that to them with your concern. And then, all right, let's talk about this fire protection district letter. Jake, you're welcome to come up. I'm gonna try and this tight because I gotta pick up kids at 6 o'clock in Basalt. So I think we've all had a chance to read it and we're familiar with the issue. Kara, is there any context you want to set up for us?
Sure, and I would hand it over to Jake. So there has been some additional conversations, and I think Jake is aware of the concerns related to, designating the airport part of it and those concerns as it might relate to the ALP. So I think I'll hand it to Jake because he said those conversations is probably best
I want to make
equipped.
sure I have time to add what I heard in Washington DC from Montrose County.
Okay.
About this proposal? Okay, thanks. All right, Jake, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. First off, apologies to all of you for how this came out. If it was intended to come out that day, I would have brought it up with the other stuff that we discussed earlier that day. All this is there's a RFI put out by the Division of Fire Prevention and Control saying, hey, where do we house this thing? As far as the comments made by a member of the public during public comment at City Council, I apologize for those too. I think there were some inaccuracies in those.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so the state put out a request for information regarding where they're going to house one of their 2 Firehawk helicopters that they've purchased. And all we're trying to do is put together a proposal. It's a pretty vague thing at this point. They're just saying, is anybody interested? And they're basically doing it for market research. They're not requiring numbers. They're not requiring a commitment. And I hadn't heard from any other areas that people were interested in hosting this program. And so basically all we were doing was setting forth to see what kind of group of community stakeholders we could get together. We had already had preliminary conversations with some of the airport folks that were going to talk to John about it. I have no idea what happened in Montrose, and I wouldn't claim to have any information on that.
Is that the city council meeting you're talking about, or?
No, there, a member of the public came forward at city council.
Which
for
city
public
council,
comment.
Aspen?
Aspen City Council.
Oh, and it was in the paper. I didn't see it, so
Okay.
that's what I didn't know what
So
we
yeah,
were
there
referring to.
was some incorrect information that came out in that newspaper article, which I was able to get mostly addressed the next day. But I think that just sort of preempted all of this kicking off. But the state put out this request for information. They're requesting their proposals by tomorrow at 2 p.m. They put out the RFI, I think, February 12th, so less than a month to respond to this, which is why we're kind of scrambling to just put something together. To be clear, we're not requesting use of the airport specifically, right? It was just, we would love to have this program housed in or near Aspen, and that includes the greater area.
So rifle.
So, sure, and I know that some of the public folks that have, are willing to commit private money toward improvements, maybe less interested in it the further it moves away. But I think there's an educational piece that can occur there too with them, since the flight times are so short from Eagle, Rifle, et cetera. That's all this is at this point. So it's basically trying to put a group together to say, hey, we're really interested in seeing what we can do to help out the DFPC. They've purchased these multi-million-dollar aircraft. They come complete with pilots, mechanics, a full program, including firefighters. And this is a helicopter that at sea level can carry 1,000 gallons of water, up here probably 400 or 500. And they're looking for a place to put it on the western slope.
And who pays for it?
Aspen or the surrounding area is a great spot for that, right? We're centrally located on the western slope. We're not up against the Utah border. So we have some things that we could offer, and so we're just trying to put together a group of folks, and that's what that letter's about. Again, sorry for how this popped out.
So who pays for the airplane and the firefighters and all of that?
The state's already done it, and the state will continue to pay for that.
But they're requesting all this additional support.
Yeah, I
that
read,
the
I saw
local
that.
church would,
And I saw John's letter. Did you guys see John's letter?
I'd be fine to sign it, but I would like to replace Aspen with Roaring Fork Valley,
Sure.
to more accurately reflect our interest in a regional solution, as well as probably the realistic viability of needing to look to other airports for that component. Is how I think this would best reflect sort of the recommendations we've had from the staff. Patty?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that need to be changed in the letter. I support, we support, who's I, who's we. I mean, there's a lot of grammar stuff I would change. The reference to Aspen has a well-developed affordable housing or employee housing program. It's been in place for decades, and they're saying that's a viable option for 18 staff. We can't even house people we need to house now, and we don't prioritize, I'm sorry to say. I think we need a lot of clarification, because it looks like the onus is gonna be on Pickens County, not City of Aspen, because they don't own an airport, and these folks won't qualify for housing. So I think those things need to be vetted. I don't wanna mislead anybody. I think it's something we need to have on the western slope. When I was in Washington, D.C., I spoke with the chairman of the Montrose Board of Commissioners. They are very interested in having it based out of Montrose.
Oh, that's great.
Which we heard that they weren't, and they're like, we didn't really even know. So I think we need to get in touch with the Montrose Board of County Commissioners and see if they're interested in using their facilities, their airport over there. Might not have all the good kudos that Pickens County and Aspen have for schools and all that stuff, but I think for me, it's a matter of fighting fires and preventing fires and education and safety. So I support it. And I know tomorrow's the deadline, and I just I'm not comfortable with the way this letter's written.
And that letter was only intended as an example.
Yeah, and we don't have staff right now to change the letter by tomorrow for signature.
I mean, I think saying that Aspen is a unique or is a optimal place to do this or something doesn't commit us, so I don't really have a problem with it. It just means we're going to talk about it, right? And I do think Rifle is a better location than Aspen, especially in terms of housing, because
And hangar space?
and yeah, and that's what I was going to say, and airport space, and they wouldn't mind having more business at their airport probably and more housing. Whereas for us, it's a bit of a stretch, but I would sign this. John recommended we sign it. He said he'd never have a problem with signing it. I don't know if he recommended it. He said he wouldn't have a problem
Well,
with
I'm
it.
not comfortable. I think it suggests too much that this aircraft is gonna be here, and we have
And we're gonna house people and
no,
mechanics.
Yeah.
like, commitment to that. I'm gonna turn the meeting over to Jeffrey, and I gotta run. You know, I'd be happy to clean it up with some edits and replace Aspen with Roaring Fork Valley in that.
Which place are you talking about doing that?
Solves the
Oh, in
problem.
the first paragraph?
Just everywhere.
Uh-huh.
You know, except
I
for
don't
where it
think
says
that
Aspen
solves
Fire. Aspen Fire can say Aspen Fire.
Maybe I can.
And I'm sorry, I have to go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Since
I'll
this
see
is
you
the
on
only airport in the Roaring Fork Valley, does that solve any problem?
Well, maybe I can seek some
Well, there's a guard-
clarifications
That'd be great.
and see.
Bye, Kelly.
Jake, I don't.
All right,
If
see
you
you all
can-
tomorrow. Sorry,
Bye, Kelly.
Kelly, I'll do the Wildlife Commission thing tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Because there's we's and i's. Is it a we or an I? There's just some cleanup. And I'm just some of the things that are in the letter about protect private lands and property. You know, we're in it to protect public and private lands. Is this not gonna be used to fight fires on public
So
lands?
the DFPC's mandate is specifically private.
Yeah.
And that's some of the stuff that they came back to us with feedback.
Yeah.
And so that's what they're specifically interested in. Now, some public land fires endanger private, right?
Well,
And it
we
would
have
absolutely be used in
84%
that
of
way.
Pickens County is public
So-
lands.
84%.
So I would be willing to take this on and take it forward if the board is in agreement that this letter should be refined and be part of the packet to be submitted tomorrow. I'm happy to take it with you this evening and circle back tomorrow morning with the revised letter. Full disclosure, I've worked with DFPC, I guess, for the past 16 months. So, and so is Chief Ballantyne. So DFPC's who's also in charge of the resiliency.
Right, and I've worked on this board for 23 years, and I'm very uncomfortable with some of the things said in here, and the ability, we need to be very clear, we are not going to amend our Aspen layout plan, airport layout plan. Not going to open that door, so it's going to have to be somewhere other.
So ASC
than
is
here.
not listed actually even as a.
I know, but if you read it carefully, it alludes to the fact Aspen area is our airport. I just want to be very clear when we state it. I'm not comfortable with that. I think we need to look into providing this opportunity in the western slope. I just don't think it's appropriate for here in the Aspen area because of housing and costs in the airport.
Can we hear from Kara? She wanted to say something.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Francie, I wasn't finished yet, and I get to be adamant
I
about
waited until
this.
you were finished.
So what I'm hearing from the board, and I want to maybe try and get some clarifications, is there's an interest in supporting a response that would cover the western slope in as part of Pitkin County's effort. So I think if there was some clarifications to the letter that made it about Pitkin County's interest in supporting an effort along the western slope, revised that is a little bit more tailored to our community and some of the board's concerns, is something that we could, sounds like maybe Jeffrey might be able to revise and come back to the board tomorrow for consideration. And I don't know, Jacob.
I think a lot of the language can be taken out and make it very clear that we support this effort.
Sorry, Greg.
Thank you. I think this, honestly, I appreciate the attempt or the effort here. I certainly would be in favor of figuring out how we can help as a county provide material support to this effort. But I would never, I'm not interested in signing this letter, even if it's slightly modified. I think it needs to be, I think we need a new letter that expresses material support because, you know, the very first line, I want to express my strong support for AFD's proposal to host the unit here. And that just kills it for me because it makes no sense. Or at least it's going to require a much longer process to get me to come around to that because as Patty said, I'm not going to repeat what she said, but I agree. We're not there, and I'm certainly not there. But I would do everything in my power to help create material support for
When
an
you,
appropriate
what do you mean
location.
material? Significant?
If we could help
but
put in
not
money.
material. Oh, money.
Yeah, money. My financial support may be a better word.
I'm not
Like,
going
if it was
with
in
the general
gypsum,
fund for this
gypsum
one.
or rifle, or I don't know what else is possible, but this is the busiest, third busiest airport in the state, in the highest real estate cost. You know, it's just like there is really no good reason to put it here. It's not the bang for the buck. As much as I'd love to have a helicopter base at our airport, I don't see it. So my feeling is we need to scrap this letter and write our own, and I want to be vocally enthusiastic about helping them make this happen, but I just don't think it's here. This isn't NIMBY, this is practical.
Say we support the effort.
So there'd be my letter, and if you want to do that by tomorrow, I'll consider it, but this one doesn't go, it just doesn't do it, I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. And,
Yeah, I know.
and to be
Gave
clear, I
us
wasn't even
food
actually
for thought.
requesting that from you guys.
Yeah.
I had just sent it to John saying, hey, if you have any issues, let me know. And I found out today it was going to be going to you.
Right,
So
yeah, no, but you get where we are.
it's,
what's your
I realize this is clumsy.
And it's
right?
tomorrow- tomorrow's
it's
the
the
deadline, right?
time pressure here is just,
Yeah, so that's a no.
we're just trying to put something together.
What happens if you don't get it in by tomorrow?
Nothing.
I mean, the helicopter doesn't come, or it gets postponed, or it goes to Wyoming, or,
No, it's a state asset, so we don't know where it'll go, and hopefully it goes on the western slope. I think the area Garfield, Pitkin, Eagle is the perfect spot, right? Centrally located. We're not too close to Utah. You know, the flight radius of that ship for initial attack is well served by being in this kind of locale. And all they're doing really at this point is seeing who's interested so that we can have deeper conversations.
Got it.
You know, and the fact that the airport even became a part of it, that, again, my apologies, that was not the intent.
So
Montrose is interested.
gypsum
Basic
is what,
commissioners.
30 miles, air miles? Is it even 30 miles, 25?
You're talking 15, 20 minutes flight time.
Right, and then,
It's
so Montrose is
From-
maybe twice that, 35.
from Rifle to here is 15 and 20 minutes? Is that what you said?
ish.
Ish, yeah.
Or
Let's
less.
see. Looking
Right
at
over
the
my
map.
house. The Rifle flights go right over my house.
Yep, they do.
So, yeah, it really, I wanted to come here more than anything to apologize to you guys for how it came out. I'm actually not
was a little
requesting.
shocking.
If you
It's not
feel
your
like you
fault.
want to, that's great. But yeah, it wasn't even, I was trying to keep it a little bit higher level. And it kind of went right into stuff that it shouldn't have gone into.
No
in that
worries.
meeting.
No worries
So
about
you're
that.
looking for basically a letter of support for continuing conversations about locating this helicopter and the firefighters on the western slope. Is that correct?
We're specifically looking somewhere near here.
In the
not
Roaring
necessarily
Fork
western
Valley.
slope. I think Durango and Meeker serve the western slope a little less effectively than the central location. But again, just having the asset to begin with, whether it's on the front range or close to here, is great. You know, it's awesome that the DFPC is doing this stuff. And my thought was, since no one else, I hadn't heard anything from anybody about putting a proposal together, and I really want to help DFPC be successful in their mission. Part of the push for here too is that we do have some private citizens and businesses that were like, hey man, I would put money toward this tomorrow. Let's make it happen. And they aren't even talking about necessarily at the airport, but some people who've come to us saying, hey, we want to buy a helicopter. And I'm like, well, don't do that. That's a bad idea.
Can we house them in your big house on Red Mountain? No problem.
Right. Well, and some of that has come up. Like, we have some private land. If this could work, you know, we could build a purpose-built hangar and work on something longer term. And
If they want to donate it to the county and house the people and make it self-sustaining.
well, and I will say we have a private partner that's interested in providing some housing, and/or
We
most
don't have a
or
hangar
all.
at the airport, guys.
And it doesn't have to be a hangar. It's a rotor wing asset. It needs to be a hangar, but it doesn't have to be at the airport.
So I will interject and say in the land use code, there's only one airport and there's only one other runway strip. It's in Old Snowmass. So we don't support takeoff or landings for anywhere else other than the one airport or the one runway in Old Snowmass.
Well, and I had heard something like that, and I was
Yeah,
thinking, well, if
that's
this
what the
came
code-
to fruition, maybe that is something we could
There's another
discuss,
one.
right?
There's a
If there was another heli-base built
Yeah.
somewhere, and maybe there would
Who's
be.
we?
What?
When you say we don't support?
Sorry, the Pitkin County Land Use Code. I didn't want to use an acronym.
And you know what I would suggest, if you have a chance in the morning, reach out to
Land
the
use code as
Montrose
drafted.
County manager and just see if there's been any interest, because I just met with those gentlemen in Washington.
Okay,
And they were like,
yeah.
oh, we'd be interested in to talk about having it in
Well,
Montrose.
Yeah, and in my conversations with DOPC, they said, no, nothing's off the table, right?
Yeah, so that's an
I
opening
never
for you.
felt that Montrose had said no, just so you guys are aware.
We'd heard that they had said no, and I told the Montrose chairman of the board, he was like, let's got something. And he's like, what?
Let's see what you can do, dude.
So let me get a,
Do you have a submittal deadline, and then I'll go to Carr? Do you have a deadline tomorrow afternoon?
I have to have it to them by 2 p.m., so I was gonna send it by noon.
Well, we'll be in regular meetings by then, so we should have something
Jeffrey, very
decided
much
before
for offering
noon.
to do that.
If not,
It's
they
really
get it
nice
a
of you.
little late. What are they gonna do, reject it? Nah.
We will try to address the letter. Our meeting tomorrow is at
noon.
noon. We have an 11 o'clock agenda meeting. That would only include 2 of the 5 board members. We'll try to get it to the board members before the 11 o'clock agenda setting meeting.
I meet with the water team at 10, so I'll be in the building upstairs in the attorney's office.
So if I may seek a clarification, because I'm hearing like 2 different kind of asks or kind of goals here. What I'm hearing from the board is revising the letter that supports housing this resource somewhere on the western slope. But I think, Jake, to speak to your specific request to the state is here in the Roaring Fork Valley. So if the letter is not specific to the Roaring Fork Valley, is that supporting your application?
I would say yes, and we're gonna be supportive of whoever gets it, right? I just
Sure.
wanted to make sure
Yeah.
we at least put our hat in the ring.
I would say we support this effort on the western slope.
That's what I'm hearing from the board is
That's
it's a
okay with the
generalized to the
board.
western slope, not Roaring Fork Valley. So I wanted to get clarification if the letter was revised for western slope, it would still meet what you are looking for in your application.
I think it leaves the door open for other opportunities like Montrose or Eagle or Rifle.
But if somebody up on the flat tops who has one of those big ranches up there wants to have a helicopter pad in Eagle County, we wouldn't object to that necessarily.
The neighbors might.
Yeah, so anyways, thanks for thinking about it.
Great.
Thanks for
Thank
bringing
you,
it up.
Jake.
It's a-
Thanks,
it's-
Blake.
for the
Did you
hassle.
It's
expect this?
an
Thanks.
interesting conversation.
Thank you, Jake.
Yeah.
I'll reach out
I
to you
think we're
tomorrow.
done, Mr. Vice
Thank you.
Chairman.
Any further board open discussion? Jake, thank you.
I'll save mine for tomorrow.
None from me.
At this point, the chair would look for a motion to adjourn.
It's Tuesday, we don't have
Tuesday,
to.
don't need
Who's
one.
gonna adjourn?
We could just
Enjoy
get
your
up and
evening.
walk out.
You just get to call it.
Grassroots.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Amy.
Okay, when's the next
What's the
bus?
schedule? Do you want to go to Boston, right?
I gotta get home, unfortunately.